Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, as we resume, I recognize the member for Caroni Central. He completed his 30 minutes prior to tea, and you have your additional 15. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Before we close, I was talking about some of the governance failures in the economy by this government during their current tenure of office, issues touched upon in the presentation of the Prime Minister when he was giving his presentation. But before I do that, I want to mention two things that I did not address, which the Minister of Finance raised. And that is when he talked, you know, he plays the role, it would seem to me, of the statistics police in this parliament. So he talked about $36.1 billion and an average of nearly $7 billion annually that we took from the NGC. You know what he was doing, Deputy Speaker, and it took me some time to figure it out, because he came so fast and loose with it that I couldn't understand what he was talking about. What he did was he took the dividends and he added it to the corporation tax. I mean, as a corporation, they must pay tax. And then he put that as if somebody raided the NGC treasury. I mean, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is not right for a Minister of Finance to do these kinds of things. And, well, I mentioned the other thing of the energy revenue, which was over $8 billion. And the revenue must fall by a significant amount if the price of oil and the price of gas fell so dramatically beginning in June, July, and then really dramatically in January 2015, and then continuing into 2016 when it went quite low. And the other thing that I want to mention is that, you know, he talked, you know, disparagingly about the leader of the opposition using the reserves at the central bank and adding them to the HSF and coming up with a number of monies, cash in the bank, so to speak. But that is exactly the phrase that the Prime Minister uses on page 36 of his presentation. Cash in the bank, and then he has foreign reserves, he has HSF, and then he has the withdrawal amount. So, you know, the Minister of Finance, I would say, tries to confuse more than anything, tries to basically create doubt and cast aspersions on the opposition every time we say anything that has merit in it. So but I was talking about the governance issues in the economy. You know, when ArcelorMittal had that crisis, the company leaders came here, the private sector leaders came here to talk to the government, but nobody in the government would talk with them. They would not engage them at all. The minister refused to talk to them. They said it was a private sector business. But in the end, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know what happened? 644 people lost their jobs. And we haven't heard anything about them since, in terms of the government's making any effort to do anything for them in their situation. And then in the Petrotrin issue, whatever you might think of what the situation was with the refinery and what might have had to be done, I think everybody was horrified in this country about the manner in which the government proceeded with the Petrotrin matter. And the end result was that they alienated not just all the workers who were affected, and it doesn't matter what benefits they got thereafter. It was the way they treated the matter. But people all over this country felt that a government should have a little more sensitivity in dealing with matters like this that involve the jobs, the livelihoods, the families, the communities in which they live, of thousands of workers. And we're talking here about upwards of 5,000 workers. And when you think of the ripple effect and the connectivities, really much more significant than that. But you know what was very interesting in the Petrotrin matter that the Prime Minister raises here, and he spends from pages 41 to 46 on it. He goes through the entire Petrotrin matter. He even talks about monies that Petrotrin owed to the Treasury because of dividends and so on. But he never, and he had a picture of a man carrying the debt on his back in a knapsack. But in all of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he never once mentioned the Malcolm Jones board and that they created the debt. And he continued to treat the debt as if it was something that we had created, that our government, the People's Partnership in our time, had created. And nothing is further from the truth. That is a debt that came to this government, to our government, and you would have heard the leader of the opposition talk about how much we had paid towards that debt. And the minister, the Prime Minister never mentioned at all what that debt involved and how it came into being. And it gave the impression that we were culprits in the matter. The Prime Minister talks about sandals on page 26.
Yes.
And
remind the member for...
Huh? It's right here. We got the transcript.
Address the chair. Address the chair. Address the chair.
On page 26, he talks about sandals. I won't go into it. And I could give you my transcript if you want it. All right. Well, that's fine. That's fine. So we have sandals issue. I wouldn't say much about the sandals issue. I think everybody knows that the real concern there was the environmental issues, the concessions issues, and the fact there are other issues as well. Basically, the most important issue was that people were not clear on what was going to happen, who was going to do what, how it was going to happen, what at the end of the day it would mean for the country, what at the end of the day it would mean for Tobago, what at the end of the day it would mean for taxpayers, and at the end of the day what it would mean for Sandals. And it is that lack of transparency, which is a governance issue. It's not an economic issue. It becomes an economic issue only when it turns out to be bad governance. And in all of these issues, we had bad governance. And then the final thing was the Venezuelan pipeline, which is 21 to 22 on the text that I have, which is a transcript of the presentation of the Prime Minister. And I also have the presentation, that's to say the visuals that he used. But in that particular thing, the Venezuelan pipeline, we are in a situation because of the foreign policy position of this government and their fixation with the tie-in of the pipeline to the Maduro regime. We are now in an awful position with regard to that. And should there be regime change in Venezuela,
there will be.
As it seems inevitable at this point, this government will not be able to have any discussion whatsoever with the new government. So the mismanagement that I want to raise is the mismanagement of the governance issue, because you see the matter also came up in the Mitsubishi issue, in which they renegotiated the terms and conditions of that, and that also could have ended up in a disaster. But it was saved. We have the benefit of the investment now, and that investment will begin to bear fruit around April or May, I think, of this year. And so raised those issues. I raised the Petrotrin issues. I want to get back now to the issue of the numbers of the Minister of Finance, you see. On the last occasion when we were in this House, and the Minister of Finance accused me of constructing a big lie strategy. I simply responded very short. I said I'll be very short. I will just like to say to the population at large that I am sure the member for Diego Martin Northeast, the Minister of Finance, is aware that there's a publication called the Monetary Policy Report of the Central Bank, November 2018, and that he should have a good read in order to find out where the country is at this time. And I spent a few minutes explaining the difference between this report and what it covers, and the difference and between this and the review of the economy, which covers the year prior. Okay? And before I go on to that, though, I just want to say with regard to the central bank overdraft of $9 billion that he talked about, that the Minister of Finance, our Minister of Finance at the time, who was out of office when we lost the election, actually went to him and told him this, that there were quarterly, I was not there, but I know when he came to see you.
Please, Minister of Finance, please. Silence, members. Minister of Finance, please, and proceed.
He told the Minister of Finance quarterly year-end payments from the oil companies, $6.5 billion. Funds from the NGL IPO, $1.5 billion. TGU funding, $3.5 billion. $500 million in dividends from NGC, and he told him about the FCB loan of $1 billion just in case they needed it. When you add up that, that comes up to over $13 billion, which I think is a little more than $9 billion. So he had all the money. He had everything coming through. All he had to do was to manage as the Minister of Finance. There's government continuity. You have the same authority. You know how to deal with it, and he could have done it. But he did not do it, and you cannot blame the last government for putting everything in place to solve a problem, and you not executing the solution to the problem and blame the last government because you failed. So I want to get to the monetary report. And I start here on page 2 of the monetary report. And I read, second paragraph, the still sluggish overall economic climate has resulted in less favorable labor market conditions. While the official employment statistics for 2018 are yet to be published, data from the Central Statistical Office point to an increase in the unemployment rate of 4.4% in the fourth quarter of 2017 from 3.6% in the corresponding period in 2016. The number of persons with jobs fell by approximately 12,000, and about 7,600 persons opted to leave the labor force. So here is it that the central bank governor is telling you that within a 6-month period, basically, that basically we are losing jobs, and he identifies here 12 and 7.
Remember, you have 2 more minutes.
How much?
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes? All right, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's very hard for me to proceed with anything of substance here, but I will make the general points at this point.
Time is very visible. Eh?
Yes, yes,
right, okay,
I know that.
Right, yeah.
I know that. Yes. I'm not blaming you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm just sort of speaking aloud, so to speak. So I was just surprised this time went so quick. But what we have here, when you take the monetary report and you put the first 6 months of 2017 and the first 6 months of 2018, and you put them together in comparison to 2016, you find that the non-energy sector as a whole declined by 5.8%, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So things are not good in the economy outside of energy. And he made a big thing about the fact that I said the economy was contracting. I did say that we have growth in the energy sector because of decisions we made in 2011, 2014, and we are happy for that. but nothing is happening elsewhere, and that is why the decline is there. Construction declined by, using the same comparison, 11.24%. Manufacturing, and he does dissect the manufacturing here, by 11.18%. Distribution by 8.8%. And what we have is really a situation in which nothing is happening in any other part of the economy except the energy, and more particularly gas, because we have a downward plunge in production in oil as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, something that the country doesn't fully know as yet. But we have a situation where the country, in my view, is in grave danger because the capacity for recovery becomes harder and harder with each passing year. If that is the end of it, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Allow me just to start with the first amount of fact-finding or fact-correcting that I have to do during the course of my contribution this afternoon. My friend for Caroni Central started off his contribution by drawing our attention to a specific standing order. And of course, as is becoming the norm now, misquoted and tried to mislead. I don't think intentionally. I think he may have been sent that way by others. But I'd just like to put on the record that the motion that was moved by my colleague, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, was completely within the standing orders, and in particular, Standing Order 42, sub 3, which says any member may propose that a motion be amended by A, deleting words, B, deleting words in order to substitute other words, or C, inserting or adding words. So there is absolutely no issue or impropriety with what was done by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. And that is how my friend for Caroni Central began his contribution. The next point I'd like to make is just to correct, because there are a number of persons, I assume, members of the public, Mr. Deputy Speaker, looking on at the contributions here this afternoon. And I was hearing throughout reference to the Honorable Prime Minister, and the member for Diego Martin West said this, and in his presentation on page X and page Y. The presentation, and there is only one presentation, which is the slide presentation done by the Prime Minister in his address to the nation, which was a slightly different format that seems to have a lot of people in a tizzy, only has 26 pages, 26 slides. And nowhere in these 26 slides is there any reference to sandals. So to suggest that the presentation, the slide presentation reference sandals is false, yes, there was some reference in the Prime Minister's presentation to sandals where he gave an indication to the nation as to what may have been coming and has actually come to pass. And as I see them pointing, I want the population to know all of their reference to the presentation is a transcript, a UNC transcript of what the Prime Minister's presentation was. So let the population understand that when those on the other side are referring to the Prime Minister's presentation by page number, it is a UNC transcript that can't even be trusted in the least. And now, if I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to quote the leader of opposition, the member for Siparia, former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and I just want to put my contribution in context. She said, and I quote, "Naked politicking using taxpayers' money. No achievements to show. What did we do when we took office?" referring to her administration. And I'd like to start by talking to the population and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about this concept of naked politicking using taxpayers' money. Because they've come here this afternoon to try and sell their narrative that the Prime Minister's address to the nation in a different, fresh, new format, using slides where he engaged a live audience. And exactly as the member for Diego Martin Northeast said, I had the exact same response from the constituents of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. In fact, I played some of the voice notes I received from the ground in Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, where it was completely ignored from 2010 to 2015 by those on the other side. And they said exactly what the member for Diego Martin Northeast said. They were thankful for the first time to be provided with the naked facts in a manner that the man on the street could understand and could appreciate. And it cost a minimum amount of money. And I am going to tell you, I'll tell you what you all spent under GISL and CNMG. That's what I'm coming to now. Let's talk about naked politicking using taxpayers' money. I have in my hand here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an internal audit of GISL done by the internal auditors, the persons working in GISL. The first one, January 13th, 2015. I want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to listen. That was under their administration in the months running up to a general election. The internal auditor put in writing on January 13, 2015, audit objective to evaluate whether the hiring process is transparent, and objective by checking to ensure that there's evidence of proper advertisement, proper reference checks, interview assessment completed, resume on file, and signed application forms. They spoke about jobs. We had the member for Siparia boasting 50,000 jobs. I'm about to tell the country how they employed people and what they did by an internal audit in a company they were in control of in January 2015. The opinion of the internal auditor needs significant improvement. Several controls put in place to ensure transparency. I'm disappointed that the member for Naparima is near who screams transparency all the time. Several controls put in place to ensure transparency in the recruitment process has been the subject to management override of controls. And I'll come to who's the management. He used to pretend he's a newspaper columnist. Tony Dial, and another one, Andy Johnson. I'll come to it.
Deputy Speaker,
management override of controls. What's the standing order?
41, the GISL was not part of the Prime Minister's mind your business.
Members, please, overruled. Proceed.
I expect
Silence.
more jumping up. Management override. This is directly in relation. They want to know the cost to the population, and they want to talk about naked politicking using taxpayers' money. This is naked politicking. Management override of controls. This is a practice that needs to be stopped as it exposes the organization to the practice of hiring friends. Reference checks are necessary to ensure that the person being hired is making the correct representations to the organization. More importantly, documentation of those checks being performed should be maintained on the employee's files. Observation 1, management override of controls.
Where is the member for Port of Spain North 48-1? What's the relevance with the motion? Can you explain the relevance of the motion?
Overruled. Silence.
Observation 1, an internal audit. Observation 1, management override of controls. There were instances where there was management override of controls. 4 employees were hired due to the directions of the CEO without following due process. The employees are Kadisha Monroe, Kimberly Duncan, Nikolai Edwards, Nyron Rawlingson. So these names were hired prior to January 2015. Observation 2, lack of file documentation to support positions being advertised. Then they go on, reference checks. There were 6 employees, 6 employee files for which there was no evidence of reference checks being performed. Nyron Rawlingson, Nikolai Edwards, Kadisha Monroe, Nicholas Ramjas, Dyke Rosta, Rachel Kanhai. So the complaint by internal audit is that the CEO was overriding all due process and there was a lack of transparency in the hiring of persons, and we'll come to what was being done with taxpayers' money and the naked politicking. They went on in another audit to talk about irregularities in the process. the academic qualifications required for the position of media relations coordinator is, and they list what it is, and said that the person employed in post doesn't have anything close to that. But we know now as a fact that is what was going on in 2010 to 2015. In fact, they had chairmen of state enterprises with fake CVs.
Yes.
And that is how they operated. There were anomalies in the performance evaluation, and they suggested that management was changing the evaluation. On July 14th, and by now, the election had been called. On July 14, 2015, the internal audit report, objective to determine whether the proper procurement process was followed in the hiring of MCM and Company Limited. Audit scope. The scope of this engagement is limited to the invoices reviewed for MCM and Company Limited. I did a check to see who owns MCM and Company Limited. It doesn't exist on the company's registry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is what the internal auditor had to say. Government Information Services Limited has again not followed the procurement procedures, and no documentation can be found for a supplier of consultancy services as it relates to trade industrial relations.
I mean, so long.
1 second. Chief Whip, this is the third time, right, you have raised on this particular standing order, and 2 of your speakers spoke about employment, and that's the most I'm going to say about it. Overruled.
Thank you very much.
Take it.
Background to the internal audit that I've just referred to. The acting CEO, Mr. Anthony Dial, requested internal audit to look into the relationship with MCM and Company and whether there was any contract, whether the procurement process was followed. The answer is no. MCM and Company has been retained to provide consultancy services without a contract or any document to show why they were hired or whether any other industrial relation consultants were considered. Of course, the invoices were paid and the company doesn't exist. Correct. We go on. What then begins to take place as we get to the naked politicking using taxpayers' money is when we come in. The board then realizes a number of discrepancies, and in particular, with Mr. Tony Dial. So they write him on the 30th of September 2015. We refer to the agreement between Government Information Services Limited and yourself dated the 5th of December 2014, by virtue of which you employed as a consultant. The board of GSIL has seen correspondence from former Minister of Finance Larry Hawaii in his capacity as corporate sole. The board is also currently reviewing your performance. The board is particularly concerned that the assets of GISL under your direction and control were put to use for purposes not connected with the legitimate business of GISL. So the board is telling Mr. Anthony Dial that they have concerns that the assets, state assets, taxpayer-owned assets, the public's assets, were not being properly utilized under the former administration and the direction of Mr. Anthony Dial. The board also wishes to conduct a review of the matters raised by former Minister Larry Hawaii. So the former Minister of Finance had actually red flagged, and I'll get to that when we perform a forensic audit. And we see that checks were being signed without authorization. And we see admissions in email suggesting and stating, I know what I'm doing is illegal. I'll get to all of that in a short while. Naked politicking with taxpayers' money. Let me talk about the contract that was entered into. And then when we did the forensic audit, we found through the board minutes that certain board members were challenging that Mr. Dial didn't have a contract. And how could he be doing the things he's doing? But oops, before the election, a contract appears backdated to the 5th of December 2014, where Mr. Anthony Dial was being paid $10,000 a month in US dollars. Taxpayers' money.
To do what?
Oh, we'll get to what it was supposed to be done. The next thing that they do is on the 29th of December 2014, via cabinet decision, taken on the 23rd of December 2013, Cabinet agreed to the provision of funds to develop and implement the strategic plan and action items for the then Ministry of Communication, a sum of $50 million approved by Cabinet to enable GSIL to formalize the development of government strategic plan, implement the action items of the strategic plan, which include the provision of electronic broadcasts, social media, Cambridge Analytics, traditional print media, and billboards for the government.
Yeah, man.
Right? $50 million.
Santa Camla.
And they talk about the payment, and let me quote clause 7.3, where it shall be necessary for GISL to retain consultants, service providers, and or any other persons to perform any part of the services, or in the course of performing the service, providing the services, the government shall reimburse GISL for such expenses as are properly incurred, identifiable, supported by evidence. What that means, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the population of Trinidad and Tobago, in addition to the $50 million, we authorizing GISL to go and engage, and we will get, and they will reimburse a blank check syndrome, and we will get to who they engaged and what they engaged them to do, including Maury, and how much money was paid to Maury, and what it is Maury did for them in pure politics as opposed to doing government business, because there's a huge difference. So we've heard through the course of the contributions this afternoon an accusation and an allegation that the Honourable Member for Diego Martin West was politicking when he did his traditional address to the nation, something that the country was not accustomed to prior. He also does conversations with the population where he engages directly a live audience. That never happened from 2010 to 2015. In fact, you would recall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at taxpayers' expense just before the elections, a stage was set up. What do they call those things? The teleprompters set up. All sorts of taxpayers' money set up. Earpieces to be told what to say, etc. But they have the audacity, the hypocrisy, and the gall to come here today and engage this parliament in a debate about naked politicking using taxpayers' money. Let's get to the strategic plan that they wanted them to implement using taxpayers' money, and we heard the blank check syndrome. Here we go, Appendix B, approved by Cabinet. Social media, allocation of $10 million. Provide a comprehensive social media program, including a website link to all the major social media applications, including Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, Twitter, Hangouts, Messenger. Website will be the front end of a massive communication feedback loop that allows the public to comment and seek information on all government services and products. TV production and allocation of $10 million. Internal communications, streaming in all government buildings, an allocation of $12 million. Electronic billboards, and we'll recall that shortly, $8 million. Publications, $8 million as well. What happens in July 2015, just before the general election, running all the way up to the election of 2015, is something then emerges, Project Icon. And you have Mr. Dial writing to a permanent secretary and taking on the permanent secretary in writing and complaining to the permanent secretary and threatening him, I need more money. The $50 million isn't enough. You want to win an election? You don't tell a permanent secretary. What does a permanent secretary in a government ministry have to do with winning an election for a political party? You want to talk about naked politicking using taxpayers' money? So he starts to engage because he's upset that he's not getting the money, because thank God, especially in those few months before the general election of 2015, as we came and found out in the CGCL deal that Caroni Central flippantly referred to, oh, they renegotiated it. I will remind the population at this stage, on the Friday before the general election of 2015, the public servants stood up to the then Attorney General when he was trying to force them to approve the final approval for the CGCL deal to go through that we now know was completely detrimental to Trinidad and Tobago and the gas industry. They put in red ink, in writing, saying this is not good for Trinidad and Tobago and we will not do it. Thank God for that. And all this correspondence is him fighting with a permanent secretary. Give me the money. I didn't hear them say how you spend the money, but I'll tell you. Because we came in and we did a forensic audit.
That's from the yellow garbage truck.
This is money that didn't go into the yellow garbage truck. I'll tell you where it went one of these days. Project Icon, objectives and purpose. And this is what the forensic auditors tell us. During our review of email correspondence between GISL representatives, vendors, government officials, and other individuals, and I'll tell you who the individuals are. I'm disappointed that Siparia and Naparima aren't here. We noted various correspondence that suggest Project Icon, which was funded by the state. Let me repeat. We noted various correspondence that suggest Project Icon, which was funded by the state, naked politicking using taxpayers' money, appeared to be implemented as a political vehicle and in a manner inconsistent with the stated objective of dissemination of government information in accordance with government's strategic plan. This comes out in a forensic audit. For example, we observed email correspondence that appeared to be more closely related to the activities of the incumbent political party regarding its strategies for re-election, including monitoring of opposing political parties. What? So we sit down here every week and listen to the hypocrisy on the other side, the false allegations. They try to mislead a population, but we have it here, the evidence that they were utilizing not only state resources, taxpayers' money, but they were utilizing GISL to try and monitor. And you know how you do that, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Sorry,
it could be considered displaying, so that's, yeah.
You know how you do that? We've heard about Cambridge Analytics, and we were the guinea pig. Trinidad and Tobago is the guinea pig for the world, for Brexit, and for a vote up north. Is that what is being referred to here? How else would they be monitoring opposing political persons? So let's hear. In an email dated the 7th of January 2014, the then GISL consultant and Icon project manager, Tony Dial, hold on, pause. 7th of January 2014, Mr. Dial's contract was December 2014, 5th of December 2014, email on the 7th of January 2014, something not adding up. His contract is in December, but he's doing all the work since January. Okay. Shared several plans with the then GISL CEO Andy Johnson and production manager John Barry. Documents appear to set out a strategy that appear to emphasize the governing party's political plans to enhance its public image leading up to the elections as follows. So in January 2014, they are already aware of when elections come in. One of the documents shared by Dial entitled People, Perceptions, Perspectives, a proposal for voices. Rings a bell? An integrated national communication project. And listen to what Mr. Dial tells them, based on taxpayer money. Despite its overwhelming popularity when it came into office, its record of service delivery, ownership of several media outlets, the increase in public relations and communications capacity within ministries, the charisma of the Prime Minister. Emperor has no coat. The credibility of the government has fallen significantly. Public opinion polls, the recent local government elections, and 2 central government by-elections have shown the need for a comprehensive strategy to simultaneously regain the credibility, retrieve the reputation, and revive confidence in the government as it heads towards general elections in 2015. Self-praise is no praise. I heard the member for Siparia talk about, I want to congratulate myself, it's the anniversary, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I mean, Political leader for 9 years. We're hearing how many losses she oversaw. At least 9 elections of losses. That would have never happened on this side. Dial also shared the plans with CNMG's Ken Ali, 10th of January 2014. In an email to Ken Ali, and Andy Johnson wrote, the 500-day strategy was discussed yesterday by Ministers Tiwari, Ganga Singh, Hadid. They suggested some additions, more in terms of actions that will support it than changes in the strategies itself. I will develop a revised version, which you will get when it is approved and the decision is taken about implementing it. Clearly, Minister Munilal and the Prime Minister have to be brought more fully on board. But we have a general agreement on the broader basis of the plan. I have attached, we are now with it and with voices. Dial's plans, all the auditors go on to say, Dial's plans also appear to emphasize the increased use of billboards in marginal constituencies. So using taxpayers' funds, under ministerial approval, target the marginal constituencies with billboards. That isn't naked politicking, using taxpayers' money. Email correspondence regarding the use of billboards as an element of ICON suggests the monopolization of billboards ahead of the September 2015 general elections. In a letter to Andy Johnson dated May 13, 2014, a representative of Label House, one of the Project ICON contractors, wrote, on the 2nd of April 2014, Madam Speaker, I signed an agency agreement. So since April 2014, using taxpayers' money for a general election in 2015, going to the marginal constituencies, monopolize billboards, use taxpayers' money. You have an empty checkbook. It's yours. It's ours. Right? And this is what the man says. Regarding my playing an active role in Billboards project, which sought to place information from GISL on all digital billboards in Trinidad and Tobago. My role in it, amongst other things, is to get the owners of the billboards in North Trinidad, PNM East-West Corridor, to accept a contract to run messages from the GISL on their billboards in email correspondence dated July 8, 2015, between the former Dudnat Bola, former GISL chairman, and Anthony Dial. Dial stated, 9 million was approved a while ago. The process is the problem and the lack of power of the minister to deal with public servants who are deliberately obstructing the process. So you hear how they speak? The public servants blocking us from getting the money, blocking us from the treasury. We want a bigger yellow garbage truck. We have another $21 million that was approved. And again, problem is the minister's inability to get it done. And this is what Mr. Dial says. I just spoke to the Prime Minister's husband, Gregory. I just spoke to the Prime Minister's husband, Gregory, told him what to expect. So we, GISL and me, would not be blamed if there is a problem and we lose billboard owners to the PNM. What? To the PNM. Email, black and white. I just spoke to the Prime Minister's husband, Gregory, told him what to expect, so we, GISL and me, would not be blamed if there's a problem and we lose billboard owners to the PNM. Taxpayers' money, right? And you have 21 million to spend, so why the public servants blocking me? We also noted that the GISL Board of Directors meeting minutes dated the 4th of December 2014 stated, because the board wasn't, some members of the board weren't comfortable with what was going on. Project manager Tony Dial stated he welcomed the ICON meetings which had occurred with board and management. Call center was in its finishing stages before it came into effect. There would be approximately 100 billboards by the end of December 2014. Paid by taxpayers. Call center. It was proposed, and a call center, Cambridge Analytica type of behavior, proposed there would be 50 static billboards with the Christmas messages that my friend from Diego Martin Northeast remembered for the Prime Minister during the Christmas season. Taxpayers' money. They are complaining about a prime ministerial address to the whole nation. Statistical information that they have not been able to rubbish or to challenge with any degree of credibility. But this is what they did. right? Director Pouchette stated placing billboards with Christmas messages would go against what the ICON project was meant to do in disassociating itself from politics. So you had members of the board protesting. Further, an email dated the 28th of December from Dial to Bharath v@gov.tt, apparent email address of former Minister Vasan Bharat, and Greg, GREGBISSESSAR @gmail.com. Greg Bissessar, one word, @gmail.com. The apparent email address of Greg Bissessar, this former Prime Minister's spouse, described the use of social media to analyze Cambridge Analytics, public sentiment in connection with the former Prime Minister's Christmas billboards. So that's what they were doing. Now listen to this one. Another attachment included in the 7th of January 2014 email sent by Tony Dial to John Barry and Andy Roberts was a proposal for voices.
Andy Johnson.
No, Andy Roberts. The proposal stated, quote, the PNM has been using all media, including social media, to virtually set and dominate the public information agenda. I guarantee you in January 2014, Madam Speaker, the PNM was not using a single cent of taxpayers' money to run an efficient campaign, and there was no Cambridge Analytics or Maury in the room with the PNM. But what was happening was Project Icon and Voices.
Honourable Member, your original speaking time of 30 minutes is now spent. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to complete your presentation. Members, this will take the member to 6:01. So would the House allow him that additional 1.01 minute to complete? Okay.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, now that I have the public's audience once again, let me tell them what was also said in that email. An objective highlighted in the Voices proposal was that the government must use social media more effectively too. And I quote, Madam Speaker, make the government look greater on Facebook, Twitter, and social media force than the PNM and the ILP. So Mr. ILP want to jump back into the politics at the time they were using taxpayers' money to shaft you too. Further, as part of the next steps, Voices proposal stated, quote, listen to this, naked politicking with taxpayers' money. Quote, finalize a plan for retaking the marginals that were lost in the recent local government and by-elections. This plan must specifically be geared to winning back the middle class that voted for the PP in 2010. That is what they were using taxpayers' money for. This is, right, this is what they were using in government. Madam Speaker, the government's 2015 strategic plan, this is in a government strategic plan, under those on the other side. I quote, generally speaking, the PNM and Keith Rowley are currently in the lead. How could that be a government strategic plan? Not Rienzi Complex. The member for Sipari inviting people to Couva for UNC. This is the government strategic plan in 2015. They are a disgrace and should never be in government again. This, Madam Speaker, this one example of one government state enterprise in 2014, 2015, under those on the other side, and the complete abuse of that one entity is enough evidence for this country never to put them back into the powers and run this country again. Generally speaking, the PNM and Keith Rowley are currently in the lead, and they're still in the lead. The ballot question at the moment revolves around a feeling of disappointment in the People's Partnership, stems from a combination of feelings held by the general public, including that the Prime Minister has let them down and is potentially not up for the job, hasn't changed. The decision in the minds of voters at the moment is binary choice about the government. PNM only receives the support of voters after they've decided against the government. it is important to understand that in this construct, voters compare the government to an impossible, perfect ideal and not a government potentially led by Keith Rowley and the PNM. I could guarantee you, Madam Speaker, that unless it's an audit or criminal investigation taking place under this administration in 3 years, we don't refer to their names on the other side in any government document or to the UNC. A former GISL board disagreed with the apparent political intent of Project Icon, particularly regarding the planned usage of billboards. Well, this is a good one. An email from an Anthony Dial, T-D-E-Y-A-L, tdial at yahoo.co.uk, to bharatv@gov.tt, CC Gregory Bissessa, Greg Bissessa at gmail.com, sent on Sunday.
On a point of order, the minister has been on that point for the last 45, more than 30 minutes on that one point, Madam Speaker.
Member, for point of order, on standing order 48-1, I overrule the point of order.
So this is from Anthony Dial to Vasant Bharat, copying a Greg Bissessa. He had a part to play in your government. He sat in cabinet. He was elected. He was a senator. Sent on Sunday, the 28th of December, 2014 at 10:46. Analysis of social media, etc., re-billboards. Minister, this is an analysis still ongoing based on a troll, in inverted commas. You know who trolls social media? Cambridge Analytics. This is an analysis still going on based on a troll of all social media. As you see, the positives far outweigh the negatives. There are a lot of neutrals, but what happened is that the many negatives tended to be well-known people in the politics. What is clear is that apart from you and Suruj, the PP support kept their mouth shut and did not support. So you supported them. Kudos to you, Tabakit. Ministers have rapid response, etc., but do not throw these assets on the side of the party or the PM when needed. Had this happened, the initial reaction would have been very drastic. They were failing. Another one, the Prime Minister's Christmas billboard social media monitoring report. And listen, we then have an email, and this is one of the most disturbing emails. Understand this is picked up off of government email, government internet services. Wesley Gervais, two Wesley Gervais, Anthony Dial, and a Voldy Ransom, subject re. And this is what he says. Thanks, guys. Keep it quiet until I say so. This is from Tony Dial. Thanks, guys. Keep it quiet until I say so. We don't want this particular source to be exposed. Population of Trinidad and Tobago, you know what he didn't want to expose? I'll read it for you. He had received from V Ransom a GISL limited.tt, sent to Tony Dial, and Tony Dial sent it on to them. And this is what he said. Hi, see attached details about the Rowley Carnival incident that was pulled from Radiano. Cheers, Wesley. Web and digitization support.
Government money.
Government money? No, not government money. Taxpayers' money being utilized by persons in government power with the authorization of some Greg Bissessa and other ministers at the time to monitor, to follow, to troll social media, and to utilize state resources, including taxpayers' money, to follow now Prime Minister Rowley, then leader of the opposition. And listen to the next one. It's from the same Voldy Ransom to Anthony Dial on March 27, 2015 at 9:05 a.m. Hi, Tony. Please see the attached on Mrs. Alain Toppin issue. It's very negative. So Oropuch Isu came out supporting one of the darkest days in this parliament's history, with a complete set of lies and attacks on the then leader of the opposition. A complete set of untruths and attacks on the leader of the opposition. We're seeing where it was being monitored from. Here, this one. Email from Anthony Dial to the chairman, do not bowler. These real, not like yours. And he says, in 2003, when he stopped the billboards, the PM was livid. When she found out, since it is her project, she asked Jerry and Munilal to make sure it happened. He had to reinstate it immediately after I spoke to her. She told him not to let it happen again. Given the timing and the facts that he is acting as MFO, he has no excuse. You will have enough problems with the police soon enough. During Dial's tenure, as the CEO's concerns were raised by former board members regarding a conflict of interest with Dial assuming this role. You see, it went on. There were purchase of vehicles, something that my friend for Oropouche East was familiar with under HDC, and use of luxury vehicles, and then paid an additional salary, allowances, the no tendering process, etc. So you see, Madam Speaker, this is what went on under those on the other side, and their naked politicking using taxpayers' money. And those are the achievements that they have to show. It also shows that when the $50 million ran out a month before the elections, they began to put pressure on the permanent secretary, clamoring and claiming for more money. In it, it also shows that they hired Maury. They paid Maury over $36 million for projects associated with the elections and doing God alone knows what. Madam Speaker, I don't know how much time do I have left? All right, thank you very much. So, Madam Speaker, I think now the population has a snippet of an understanding of how they dealt with communications prior to a general election, and how they used state funds, state resources, put people in place in complete breach of the procedures for hiring of people who were not qualified, the CEO directing that persons be put in post outside of it. We'll talk about the CCTV. It all happened under your tenure. Checks with no company that exists, tens of millions of dollars being paid, a complete booking of all billboards in the country, targeting of marginal constituencies, all being done, not only at the level of the Prime Minister, the level of Motormouth from Oropouche East, but also some unknown Gregory Bissessar. Because that is how they did their business. That is how they did their business. Right? And listen, so Madam Speaker, the population can now be the judge of what naked politicking using taxpayers' monies means. I wanted to spend some time, Madam Speaker, talking about what it is the government did with the energy sector, and what we came in and met. Despite all of the claims that what happened and the increase in productivity in gas was a result of what they had done, etc., complete falsehoods. In fact, you've heard the contradictory evidence from the member for Siparia and the member for Caroni Central saying, whilst they said on one hand that the incentives they provided are incentives that promoted the energy sector, they then said, well, the incentives were never utilized, so by definition that falls flat. We came in and we met billions of dollars in claims due to the complete mismanagement of the energy sector. I recall, I was just reminding my colleagues on this side, the Prime Minister at the time holding up a glass jar with the chairman of Petrotrin and claiming that we have found Jubilee oil that will rescue the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. I think it was a distraction for that $29 billion going into the big yellow truck. Big yellow garbage truck. And Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Member for Tabakit?
Yeah.
Member for Tabakit?
Madam Speaker, thank you for recognizing my intervention in this debate. Madam Speaker, there seems to be a new mantra in the vocabulary of the People's National Movement, and that mantra is the word blaming. But you know, whenever people blame another person or engage in the strategy of blaming or in the cult of blaming, it is because, Madam Speaker, they blame to mask their level of competence. That is what you do. Whenever you cannot, in fact, demonstrate.
Point of order. At 6 o'clock, private member ends. What? No, sir. You can't end before that. And the normal convention of private member ends at 6 o'clock. We have been doing that for all the time. Well,
I think we have traversed this ground already in this particular parliament. Okay? So that on private members' day, the House cannot adjourn before 6 o'clock. But it doesn't mean that the House can't sit beyond 6 o'clock. So what is the government business, Madam Speaker? Well, the government doesn't have to embark on its business once there is no motion for the adjournment. Once there is no motion for the adjournment, the sitting continues. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, that the strategy of blaming, or the cult of blaming as it has become, because like a cult, from day one, the government and the PNM have been blaming the opposition, blaming the opposition leader, and blaming even the people in the country for the state of affairs of the country. But, Madam Speaker, one of the things we must recognize is that every government is dealt a certain hand of cards. And what you have to do is decide how you play your hand of cards. And if this government has played its hands of cards in a way that today the economy does not have hope for sustainability in the future, that people live with a sense of hopelessness, that people are not sure about their security in the future, both personal security as well as the security with respect to employment and the continuity of their employment, especially in state enterprises, Madam Speaker, that is because they have not played their cards in the manner in which the cards should have been played. You see, Madam Speaker, leadership is really about action, not inaction. And blaming is really a form of inaction, a form of inaction. In other words, the strategy of blaming has caused this country to go down the road rather than go up the road, as it were, to regress rather than progress. And today, because of the manner in which the country has been managed and governed, people have seen a regression. People have seen a lower level of quality in terms of their standard of living and their standard of life. Madam Speaker, on balance, political action, cabinet decisions must always be for the benefit of the majority. The Honorable Prime Minister, a leader of the People's National Movement, in his presentation, Mind Your Business, revealed mostly what they had inherited, rather than lay out in a very clear fashion so that people can have that sense of hope which the Diego Martin Northeast member spoke about. Lay out in a clear manner, very clear manner, where the country is going and where people are expected to arrive in the future. You see, one of the things that you want to see from your leadership is their vision their vision as to where they are going to take the country and what is going to be their place in the sun in the future. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the nature of our system is that the actions of the government have not really, in my view, been benefiting the majority of the people in this country. In fact, if you were to examine it very carefully, you will see that certain groups of persons have been benefiting. And it seems to me that the question has to be asked, has the government, for example, been hearing the cries of the people? Really hearing the cries of the people? The cries of the poor, the cries of the working class, the cries of the diminishing middle class who have had to bear additional burdens in this country. In fact, you have not a middle class again, but you have a working poor in the country. We are losing our middle class, Madam Speaker. As a result... Oh, okay.
Madam Speaker, 48-1, the member is being totally irrelevant. I feel the member should be telling us what did Gregory Bisesa have to do with all that the last speaker spoke about, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Laventille West. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Stupidness.
Madam Speaker, there is dissonance in the country. And let us face it, the dissonance is high. And the dissonance is not to be found in any one regional area. It is not to say that the constituencies controlled by the opposition are expressing dissonance. In fact, there's national dissonance in this country, national dissonance. And the dissonance perhaps doesn't exist in that particular group who I describe as the privileged few who are associated with the hierarchy of the government. There are privileged few in this country, and we must not ignore the existence of a privileged few who are benefiting from the actions of the government. Madam Speaker, you know, when water boils to 212 degrees, it begins to generate steam. And steam is a form of energy. It will move locomotives. Madam Speaker, I use that analogy to say that the country is at the boiling point. The country, and maybe thank God for social media, that people are able to express their frustrations through social media, that the danger that is posed by this dissonance has not boiled over onto the streets of Trinidad and Tobago, but the danger to peace is real. Madam Speaker, in his contribution, mind your business, mind your business. The Honorable Prime Minister did not speak of what I thought was important in giving that hope to the country by saying how he is going to remake, to reconstitute, to rebuild, to reshape, and to reformulate the collapse of institutions, major institutions in this country, including the judiciary. Because even the Chief Justice has now admitted that there's a crisis in terms of the backlog of cases that exists, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what business and whose business? That's the title. What business and whose business? You know, when first the Prime Minister announced that the title of the address is Mind Your Own Business, it reminded me, you know, of a statement made by a very famous leader of the People's National Movement who once said, "Who don't like it could get the hell out of here." And, you know, when I heard mind your own business, I said, is the Prime Minister saying to the country, look, mind your own business and let me do what I have to do. I don't care what happens. I don't care the impact upon you. And it seems to me that that is the case. When the Honourable Member for Diego Martin, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was speaking, and she was reviewing the statements made by very distinguished and very respected journalists and other commentators in the country, I listened to the reactions of my colleagues on the other side, and I said, you know, where is the respect for other citizens of this country, for their point of view, for their freedom to speak also. The Prime Minister has his freedom to speak, mind your own business. But, you know, there was a kind of contempt and an arrogance that came out against those people when the names like Mr. Dumas, Reginald Dumas was called, and Mr. Michael Harris was called, and other names were called. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Freedom of speech is an important institution also of democracy, and the right to stand up and say how you feel in this country must be respected. And when such names could be held in scorn as they were being held, when those names were being mentioned, I think that was a sad moment for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the nation of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Prime Minister said, has to mind its own business. Madam Speaker, what is that business? Who's minding the business of the fact that unemployment and the threat of unemployment has increased in this country? Who's minding the business of the fact that at least 30,000 persons, and I'm looking at the minimum side of it, have lost their jobs in this country over the last 3 years? Who's minding the business of those people? What are we doing to expand economic activity? What are we doing to create the conditions for investment in the country that will cause people to be placed in jobs, Madam Speaker, rather than live a frustrating life with no hope and no vision for the future? Madam Speaker, who's minding the business of the capital flight that is taking place out of the country? And if you observe some of the data coming out from the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, noted economist Mala Dukaran has posted, and again, you see, Madam Speaker, that's what I'm talking about, denigrating people in this country who want to contribute to this country and who, because they have an opinion, Madam Speaker, based, that is different, but nevertheless based on facts, that they seem to be pushed to the fringes of the society and say, you don't have a place here, because we in charge, you could go and get out of here. Yeah, Madam Speaker, that can't be right. Can't be right. It can't be right. It can't be right. It is very similar to say that the Calcutta ship that was coming to Tobago should not arrive into Tobago. Correct. Yeah. Let's face it. Let's face it. You ran at 7 Trinidad and Tobago tourists, domestic tourists out of Tobago, and now you're crying because you can't get those tourists to come to Tobago. Correct. When you ran them by your statements, what are you doing now? Running decent citizens who have the intellectual power to help to reshape this country into a bright future. You're telling them they don't have a place in the society because they have a different opinion. Madam Speaker, that can't be right. That can't be right. I would like to ask the member from the Diego Martin Northeast, he said decent people. What is indecent about Mala Dukran? Yeah. If that's the name I'm calling, what is indecent about Mala Dukran? What is indecent about her? What is indecent about any of the names that were called by the member for Superior in her contribution here today? Madam Speaker, what has to be told is, has there been capital flight of $2.6 billion US for the first 6 months of 2018, according to these calculations? You showed all the data, you showed all the charts, right? Yes, we know that the foreign exchange of the country reserves have fallen to $7.8 billion. But has there been capital flight of $2.6 billion US for the first 6 months of 2018? Because if that is correct, it means to say that individuals and businesses with access to US dollars are shipping their money out of the country, and that people are losing confidence in the future of Trinidad and Tobago as a result of the policies of the PNM. Who's minding the business in the health sector? The Honourable Member for St. Joseph and the Minister of Health keep saying that there are no problems of beds in the hospitals. And yet we know that people up till last weekend were sitting there on chairs waiting for a bed. There is a lady in my constituency who sat for almost 28 hours waiting for a bed, and then she died.
Yeah, we have the best healthcare in the Commonwealth.
She died. Who's minding the business of these citizens who need healthcare in the country? Who's minding the business? Who's minding the business of the persons who have to get CDAP drugs but cannot get CDAP drugs? That what we hear last week in the contribution of the member for St. Joseph was about how much it's costing to dispense CDAP drugs. But we are not concerned with compassion, with care, like we should be concerned as ministers about the state of health in the country and the ability of people to survive and live healthy lives. Madam Speaker, you know, it irritates me that we deal with a lot of what I call TP issues in this parliament. TP means toilet paper issues rather than the core issues in this country. We spend our time on issues to score points against each other rather than score points for the people of the country whom we have come here to be servants of. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, who's minding the business of the country where home invasions are on the increase? Home invasions, where people are no longer afraid to be seen on camera committing crimes in the country. Madam Speaker. Witness protection. Madam Speaker, who's minding the business, I ask the Honorable Attorney General, of a judiciary in crisis? Who's minding the business? Madam Speaker, who's minding the business? Madam Speaker, when your judiciary, which is an important institution in terms of the dispensation of justice, is in crisis, if people lose and continue to lose confidence in your justice system, Madam Speaker, that is going to affect law and order and the respect for law and order by criminals, because people feel they'll be able to get away. That will take very long time to have their cases brought before the courts and what have you. Madam Speaker, who's minding the business of the thousands of skilled workers now in the country who cannot find work because of the lapse in the construction sector?
You hear the answer.
Madam Speaker.
You hear the irresponsible
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government speaks about many things. And when we talk about employment, I say, and I ask in question, who's minding the business? Madam Speaker, according to the Central Bank bulletin of the last bulletin, 2018, July 2018, we saw that in the first 7 months of 2018, 706 persons were reported as being retrenched, and there was another 791 the year before. And what we know also, according to this document, and I quote, apart from registered retrenchment, there have been reports of companies in the private and public sector offering VSEP to their workers. So, you know, this question of, when I said who's minding the business of the unemployed, as well as those who are under the threat of losing their jobs, I ask a very serious question based on also what is being reported in the economic bulletin. Madam Speaker, who's minding the business of the country to note to the country that the public debt has now gone to $122 billion. $122 billion. Madam Speaker, and you can find that on page 20 of the economic bulletin. Gross public debt, $122 billion and 76 million. The net public debt, $96.238 billion. But the gross public debt as a percentage of the GDP is now 76.9%. 76.9%. And the net public debt is 60.7%. But what we know from the projections of the IMF is that the gross GDP, the debt to GDP, will be about 70% by 2020. So we are beginning to tread some dangerous ground when it comes to that. But who's minding the business of the country in that regard? Because domestic debt is increasing, but so too is foreign debt. And when you increase your foreign debt, you are mortgaging your assets to foreign banks. And that's a dangerous thing. And that's a dangerous thing. Madam Speaker, who's minding the business of the people of Tobago with respect to a reliable sea bridge? Madam Speaker, who's minding the business of the country with respect to the fact that we are told by the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport that there are only about 50% of the fleet of buses serviceable in the country. Who's minding their business? Who's minding the business? Mr. Minister of National Security, who's minding the business of the police service? When you drive past Vimcut in San Fernando, that you see a graveyard of police vehicles behind Vimcut. Is that part of the shanty town that the minister in the Ministry of Finance referred to about San Fernando? Madam Speaker, I think it's a considerable indictment on the part of the PNM to have one of their ministers say in a constituency that is represented by the Attorney General, that constituency, the second city of San Fernando, is like a shanty town. Madam Speaker, that is a very serious statement, very serious indictment. And so, Madam Speaker, who's minding the business? It doesn't seem to be Mayor Junior Rogrello. Because if it was, he'll be doing something about the state of San Fernando. He will really be doing something, especially what exists in terms of the way the city remains dirty. And Madam Speaker, you see, I can go on and ask the question, who's minding the business? Whose business are you minding? And I really hope that the Prime Minister said, look, I will mind my business, but you don't mind my business of the PNM because we are going to do what we want. You see, there has been a thread from the first day they came into office when one of the members on the other side said, we are in charge and you have to deal with that. Well, the people are dealing with it because the people are becoming filled with dissonance about it. Madam Speaker, earlier today there was the debate about the incentives that were given by the People's Partnership government in order to ensure that there was reinvestment in upstream activities. Madam Speaker, we were minding the country's business, but somebody wasn't minding the country's business in 2009, 2010, when there was a decline in activity and when investments in that sector were not coming forth. Madam Speaker, the reality is that if that investment was not made, and let us face it, they would not be reaping the benefits that they are reaping today. Correct. And we must make that very, very clear on the table. What would have been our position today? Madam Speaker, who's minding the business of this country when, before a Joint Select Committee, I believe last week, we have heard that $15 million have gone missing at the East Port of Spain Development Company. Yeah, $15 million gone missing. Madam Speaker, I thought that in the presentation of the Honorable Prime Minister addressed to the nation, Mind Your Business, he would have presented a strategy that will resuscitate the economy. That is what we need to do, to resuscitate the economy. The economy is in the doldrums, you know. The economy is in the doldrums. Madam Speaker, there's a vast difference between what the statisticians present as figures for the Minister of Finance and the reality of what exists in terms of the day-to-day living and challenges of people on the ground, Madam Speaker. You can bring all kinds of statistics in the Parliament, but let us go out there among the people and really find out about the reality of what they face on the ground. Like the fishermen who now have to pay the higher amount of money for super gas to put in their boats, which of course will increase the price of fish, one of the great sources of protein for Caribbean nations, peoples. And that is going to cause an increase in the price of fish. Madam Speaker, so for me, the Prime Minister in his Mind Your Business did not present to me a valid set of strategies that will tell me what is going to be done to create a sustainable economy. He didn't tell me, except with some broad announcements that were being made about projects that will come into fruition, perhaps if they do, maybe 5 to 10 years down the road, very long-term projects. But what happens in that interim period between now and when those projects are realized? What happens? What happens? And I would have liked to hear how we are going to prevent job loss. Madam Speaker, I am all for example, highways being built. It opens up sections of the country. But you know, sometimes you have to decide how you are going to spend the limited money that you have. The government is arguing that they have limited money. Madam Speaker, you cannot continue to have thousands of people unemployed or being employed 1 or 2 days of the week and hope to have a very peaceful and very secure society. You cannot do that. And that is happening right now. There are companies in this country who are rotating workers. They are doing that. And when you look at the figures, you will see that there's a drop in economic activity in construction. It is evidence like in terms of the production of cement and the sale of cement, as well as in the, what hardwares are beginning to report in terms of their sales and their drop in sales. I was in San Fernando at one of the largest hardwares in La Romaine, and they have indicated for the latter half of last year that they had about a 25% drop in sales. 25% drop. The smaller hardwares are averaging about 30% drop in sales, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, what are we doing in this short term to employ people, to get people to work so that they have money? And when they have money, so you put your money in the very large projects, and they employ heavy equipment. The heavy equipment, and that's really capital. The capital you're investing in, but people are not getting jobs in those heavy equipment-driven type of jobs. What are you doing to reduce poverty? What are you doing to control inflation? What have you really done significantly to show that you have diversified away from the energy sector? What has really been done? And the reality is that we are not receiving investments. We are not receiving investments. Madam Speaker, you see, you cannot continue to be a complaining government, because a complaining government has now demonstrated itself to be a non-performance-driven government, a non-performing government. And when you are a non-performing government, you're also not a people-centered government. So they talked about the yellow garbage truck, Madam Speaker. But you know, Madam Speaker, they didn't say that the yellow garbage truck was filled with computers for children, which they took away. They didn't talk about the fact that so many children were brought into the future in terms of what Trinidad and Tobago under the People's Partnership and Mr. Sisa was trying to do, to create a knowledge-driven economy. An economy and a type of individual with the capacity to compete, not just in Trinidad, but globally. Because you have to compete globally, and we were gearing up our people to compete globally. If you develop your people and show that you have the quality of human resources, then investors will also come in here because they know they can get the human resources along with the other infrastructure that you need. Infrastructure alone does not mean having the industrial estates and what have you. You have to have people also to provide. Otherwise, what you're doing, you're going to bring in people and your own people remain undeveloped. We were developing people to match them with the investments that we were bringing in this country so that the gains would remain here in Trinidad and Tobago, and we'll create a sustainable future for our people with that kind of thing. So the trucks are filled with computers that you took away. The trucks are filled with schools that we were building. Madam Speaker, if you see the amount and number of ECC centers, early childhood education centers that remain unopened, grass growing like the one in Bonaventure, in Gasparilla, in Reform Village, why are our children being denied the opportunity to gain an education, especially preschoolers, in a very, very elaborate and modern and futuristic environment, Madam Speaker? The garbage truck was filled with police stations. Yes, we built several police stations. How many have you built? The garbage truck was filled with roads. The road to Point Lisa Estate, the center of our economic activity, was a bad road when we came into office. We repaired and fixed that road. And after 4 years, there's not even a pothole on that road. That was the quality of work. So yes, the yellow truck was there. The ring road that goes from San Fernando, Golconda to Debe and down to La Romaine. Look at it again after 4 years. Not a pothole, Madam Speaker. Not a pothole. Madam Speaker, the garbage truck was filled with houses. We distributed and built more houses than the PNM ever built, Madam Speaker. The garbage truck was filled The yellow garbage truck was filled with the aquatic center, world-class aquatic center in Couva. It was filled, Madam Speaker, with the National Cycling Center. And if you notice, our cyclists have begun to do better in the world and the national competition since they have been provided with better facilities. That was the vision of Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, Mr. Anil Roberts.
Honourable Member for Tabakit, your original 30 minutes are now expired. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to complete your presentation.
Madam Speaker, thank you.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, yes, the yellow garbage truck was filled with a lot of things that were of benefit to the people, that gave them a higher standard of living, that gave them a better quality of life. Madam Speaker, this was a government that when something happened, we were minding the business of the country. So when the road to Manzalina collapsed because of the floods, within 24 hours, we had a bypass road built. And within 39 days, we had the road restored fully. Madam Speaker, and it's holding out even today amidst the worst rains that have taken place. Madam Speaker, when the domestic tourism facilities at Manzalina Beach were in a state of disrepair and the coastal erosion was threatening, it was this People's Partnership government that spent money and built a proper wall there and a boardwalk. And today, thousands of people are flocking back to Manzalina. Yes, the garbage truck was filled with that. Madam Speaker, compare that, minding your business. Who's minding the business of the people of Granville and Cedros, where 8 houses fell into the sea? And up to this day, they have not got the certificates of comfort in order to build, they rebuild their homes, right? And right now, who's minding the business of the further 13 houses that are about to fall in the sea, Madam Speaker? That is the kind of minding your business that we should be talking about. Who's minding the business, really, of the people? Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, who's minding the business of the erosion that is taking place along in the constituency of Point Fortin that needs attention? Coastal erosion is a serious issue in this country. Somebody has to mind the business because we are going to lose valuable land space and we are going to threaten economic activity and people are going to end up with major losses that may not even be covered by insurance. Madam Speaker, who's minding the business? Who's minding the business of the reality that there's a telephone pole that is now about a quarter of a mile into the sea in Cedros that was once land. And that was in the 1970s, that was land. Madam Speaker, who's minding that business? So when I say we deal with toilet paper issues sometimes, you have to understand what I'm talking about, when there are more deeper issues that we need to deal with in the society. Madam Speaker, what did the red garbage truck carry? The yellow garbage truck carried things that brought improvement to the lives of people. What did the red garbage truck carry? What did it carry? So far, collapsing institutions, excuses, and complaints. That's what it has carried. That's what it has carried. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, who's minding the business? You see, I talked about unemployment, but I didn't tell you, Madam Speaker, that there's now an advertisement out by the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage and Finance Company, TTMF, where 29 houses are up for sale because people cannot pay their mortgages. So already, Madam Speaker, when I talk about declining economic activity, when I talk about economic regression, and when we talk about retrenchment and the closing down of state companies and what have you, we have now begun the conversation about the social and economic impact upon the people of the country.
Good, well said.
People of the country. Madam Speaker, you need a new politics in this country, Madam Speaker. You need a new politics in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, who's minding the business of food security in the country? Who's minding the business for food security in this country? There was a joint select committee that met this week. And here's something that's important. Local rice production has dropped to 585 metric tons from 21,000 metric tons in 1992 to 585 metric tons in 2018, Madam Speaker. 2018, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you want independence, real independence, if you want real democracy, you must be able to feed your people, shelter your people, ensure they have good health services, and also you must ensure freedom of speech in the country. Insecurity with respect to food makes you dependent on other nations, and then they can hold you to ransom. And when your foreign exchange will not allow you to import food into the country, and when you run short because you are not, in fact, growing your own food and processing your own food, then you are threatening your own democracy and independence and freedom from dominance.
Well said.
That is what you are doing. And, Madam Speaker, this is something that is of importance to me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is important for us, therefore, to ask that question again. Who's minding your business? Or mind, he says, Honorable Prime Minister says, mind your own business. Minding your business. Sorry, mind your business.
What you put in own there for?
Where's that?
Members? Member? Prime Minister, if you wish, you can stand on a point of order. Yes?
It's fixed.
All right.
Madam Speaker, approaching the age of 70, I have grown with a lot of patience, a lot of tolerance. And, Madam Speaker, there's little that can worry me in life again, I'll be honest with you. But, Madam Speaker, you know, the Prime Minister needs to control his temper. Madam Speaker, he needs to control his temper. He's very thin under the skin. Madam Speaker, so what has the red garbage truck really carried? Red garbage truck. Excuses, complaints, and collapsing institutions. Collapsing institutions. Madam Speaker, you know, I thought in all what the Prime Minister is saying, he will tell us by not what he was going to do about the matter of the Chief Justice has been placed before him. By now he has given us some indication. I think that's to mind your business, because that will be minding the business of justice in the country.
Or he's been summoned to the States.
Madam Speaker, the courage of your conviction is something that makes for a leader. And today in this parliament, we saw what meant by courage of conviction when Kamla Prasad-Bisesa stood up and said she was of order. And you know, Madam Speaker, something came out from the embassy today where the U.S. ambassador is quoted in a statement he made that said they're very disturbed by the position taken by the Trinidad and Tobago government. While this leader of the opposition stands with the entire free world for the benefit of the free world and for the benefits of freedom for people, the U.S. embassy, the United States, which is one of our biggest trading partners, somehow I hope we are not muddying our waters with an important partner as the United States of America. I really hope we are not doing that. But I think that the Prime Minister has the capability of mending the bridges, and that will be minding the business of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, but I would have loved to hear from the Prime Minister where is he positioning this country in the future, and showed that they do not have a vision and that they are creating hopelessness in the minds and hearts of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Diego Martin West.
Madam Speaker, it would not be correct to say that I didn't intend to enter this debate, but I didn't intend to enter on the wake of that exuberance from my friend from Tabakit, who, with one word, Madam Speaker, with the skillful use of one word, could have changed the entire meaning of the most useful educational exercise ever put forward in Trinidad. Madam Speaker, the matter that brought us here was the subject of great discussion among my team over the Christmas season. And it was whether we should, what do we call the exercise? Because what happened before, Madam Speaker, is that as leader of the government, not of the free world, as some members believe, of the country, we had been accustomed, by volunteer action, to receive a discourse from the Prime Minister at the start of the year. And I've done that on many occasions. I think the last one I did was September. Yeah. But at the start of the year, of the last year, I did a discourse on Petro-Trade, yes, which was the major issue that was looming in the year ahead. But then what we have discovered, Madam Speaker, is that standing in front of a podium, reading from a teleprompter, a prepared text, is useful. But not very many people pay attention. That's right. And even those who pay attention, even those with degrees, sometimes have difficulty grasping all of the information easily. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I did read a document at one time, a bit of research on public speaking to an audience. And it was determined by an experiment that when you speak to a crowd, even in a prepared place, only 14% of what is said to that crowd is literally absorbed for repetition by them later on. Only about 14% is grasped by that first big speech that you make, and you walk away with a great round of applause, and you think that you've spoken to people and they've heard what you said. 14%. And then later on, if you repeat it sometimes and in different ways, like teaching a child, you use different mechanisms to attract the attention, you can push that 14% up to about 30-odd%. Unless something significant and earth-shattering happens, especially if that thing happens to the person in their personal capacity, then they pay higher attention and you're received in a much higher way. So, Madam Speaker, we took a decision without any prompting from anybody that on this occasion, we will try to reach the average John public. In particular, persons who are being asked to make decisions based on information that they don't have or don't understand. Try to help them to understand it, and most importantly, get it to them. Especially, Madam Speaker, in the face of the massive amount of misinformation that is in the ether. Madam Speaker, misinformation is the infection that is polluting today's world, and Trinidad and Tobago is right out there in the forefront. The UNC working overtime, Madam Speaker, in spreading misinformation in Trinidad and Tobago. Two examples, just off the bat, two examples. My colleague from Naparima last night was on television and made a definitive statement that there are 60,000 Venezuelans in Trinidad and Tobago. Member of Parliament, Deputy Leader of the UNC, mouth in the Parliament, he goes on television talking to a very expectant crowd, and he makes a statement that could be taken seriously. 60,000 Venezuelans in Trinidad. Madam Speaker, if you ask him now for his life as against proof of that statement, he gone through. Because he cannot say where that information came from. The UN said 40,000. We know the UN has staff in Trinidad and Tobago, and they do not even an empirical study. They do a bit of an assessment. Madam Speaker, I did not disturb anybody when they were speaking, and I crave your protection for my 40 minutes. Madam Speaker, the UN in its documentation made an educated estimate of 40,000. A lot of Venezuelans are coming in our South Coast, and many are going back and going and coming and going and coming. If you go down there, Madam Speaker, you'll see Cedros is kind of a busy little port. People are coming and going, and it has been going on so for years, Madam Speaker, but the volume has increased a bit. Where is the source of the information that there are 60,000 Venezuelans here? I am not speaking to you, Madam Speaker. Could you ask Naparima to leave me alone? There's no wheel here. Madam Speaker, so that's just one. But we are using the UN figure on the assumption that they made some kind of estimate. We have an estimate too, done in a very casual way and a very non-scientific way, but we think the number is a little lower than 40,000. In fact, much lower. Madam Speaker, but that is only 40,000 out of 2.3 million people who left Venezuela. So all those who have made the Venezuela situation the source, the basis for this argument today, and this motion, that is Trinidad and Tobago's position. We are not the home of Venezuelans running from Venezuela and coming to Trinidad. 40,000 out of 2.3 million. Clearly they've gone somewhere else in larger numbers. Madam Speaker, I also heard UNC spokespersons, and again, just on my example, I'm not debating it, that the Sandals project was going to cost $8 billion. Madam Speaker, where did that figure come from? And again, another UNC member come on television in a panel and says $8 billion, and the UNC has calculated that each room would cost $10 million. And that's why the Sandals project should have been objected to, because we were building hotel rooms in Tobago with taxpayers' money at $10 million a room. Madam Speaker, that is the kind of information that they put out there, hoping to damage the psyche of the people. And it's because of that kind of approach to doing business in our country why, as Prime Minister, I accepted the recommendation of my staff that we should talk directly to the people in that method that we have used, and it was most successful, and the population has been most grateful. And we did not call it mind your own business. It was, it's your business, and therefore mind your business, meaning pay attention. My colleague this evening tried to put in, right, to put in own. Madam, the minute you introduce own, the word own, into mind your business, and it reads mind your own business, you've created a different request. So we said to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, mind your business. Here is your business. The country's financial situation, then, now, and the future, it's your business. Pay attention, because, Madam Speaker, there are many people in this country, not only in this country, but many places, who take the position, I'm not getting involved in politics, not me and politics, meaning I'm not paying attention to who's doing what, where, on my behalf. But, Madam Speaker, there's a statement being made that if you don't mind your own business, somebody else will mind it for you. And at the end of the day, you'll be worse off. So all I'm saying, Madam Speaker, to all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, is pay attention to what is going on in the country. You see the Minister of Finance borrowing money. Why? You see him taking decisions. Why? You see us do the unthinkable to close down the refinery in Pointe-à-Pierre. Why? You see people have lost their jobs because of certain developments, some actions of the government, some actions in the private sector. Why? Not just bleat about the people's condition because of the action, but why was this action necessary? But of course, Madam Speaker, there are those who hanker after political power, not political service, political power, and they see opportunity at every stage. That's okay. They are not the government. And they demonstrated that today beyond the shadow of a doubt. When they could get up in here today as a so-called government in waiting and get up here, every one of them like sheep, none can lead the other to a safe place, and tell the world that they accept and acknowledge and receive somebody in Venezuela who get up and say, I am the president of Venezuela. In the face of the Venezuelan military, the Venezuelan judiciary, and the government in office, you're all free to support who you want of the millions of Venezuelans. But this government, speaking for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, will act responsibly, and until there is a change of government in Grenada, in Venezuela, as Mr. Patrick Manning said, when you pick up the phone, is who answered the phone in charge of Venezuela. Madam Speaker, what they are asking us to do, is to take sides in a situation that is contrived largely by external forces. Madam Speaker, if you read the OAS Charter, it specifically forbids intervention and interference in the state's affairs. If you read the UN Charter, it didn't say under this circumstance and under that circumstance, it forbids it. And Madam Speaker, if you are going to have a change of regime in today's world, post-World War II, and you want to do it properly, you require to go through the UN and sanction it. Madam Speaker, many countries have got into trouble for seeking to circumvent that principle of taking action against their neighbors without the sanction and approval of the UN. And Trinidad and Tobago will not be invited to take any action that will damage our interests, damage our neighbors, without the appropriate sanction of the bodies of which we are a part. Our position of non-intervention, non-interference, but a caring and observing and monitoring and making sure that we don't close doors to ourselves. As I leave on Sunday to go to New York, Madam Speaker, we could speak to New York, we could speak to Washington, we could speak to Caracas, we could speak to Barbados, we could speak to Jamaica, because Trinidad and Tobago, we are a sovereign nation making decisions in our own interests.
That's rule of law.
You all want to pick a fight? Go pick your fight in Renzi complex, but leave Trinidad and Tobago out of your foolishness. Right? And as for those, Madam Speaker, who are responsible for their country, I take umbrage, Madam Speaker, I take umbrage at the United States ambassador in Trinidad and Tobago making a public statement criticizing the actions of the government of Trinidad and Tobago as we take action in protection of the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, if it is, Madam Speaker, if my colleagues, Madam Speaker.
Member for Princestown. Member for Port au Prince South. Prime Minister, please proceed.
Madam Speaker, we in Trinidad and Tobago, under all our governments, we have preserved the sovereign position of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. If today there are people in the opposition who believe that they have to take instructions from somebody else and the U.S. Embassy on Marley Street, then you're on your own. Leave the PNM out of that. Madam Speaker, I want to move on to the basis of this motion. I heard my colleague from Siparia say, in trying to take issue with my presentation, where I showed the three components that contributed to our loss of tax revenue and other revenues. My friend from Diego Martin Northeast today, I hope, put to bed this spin that we didn't lose taxes in the profit category from 17 billion to 1 billion in the 14 to 16 period. That is put to bed today. But in seeking to take issue, my colleague from Siparia said that the concessions were only to last until 2017. If we are to take that seriously, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask her, how does she explain to me and the rest of the country that a new Prime Minister comes into office? I have a request for a meeting from BP, our largest gas producer. I asked you to do the request, and I met with the leader of BP, the same man she mentioned today, Mr. Norm Christie, who did yeoman service for BP in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, Mr. Christie came to see me to tell me and to show me in graphical form, that we, based on the arrangements in place for recovering the capital expenditure that they intend and have been making going forward, that the taxes that we will get or not get, and we were not getting any of any significance, in 2016, 2017, that situation of flatlining with no tax of any consequence going forward will last until 2025. because all the years going forward up to 2024, up to 2024, as a result of the write-off in the arrangements expected and projected, the tax revenues are virtually going to be zilch. Madam Speaker, I did two things. I called the Minister of Finance and advised him what was ahead of him, and I told BP this situation is untenable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, you would have heard us in our Spotlight on Energy raise this issue frontally with the world and at the gas conference with the world, that Trinidad and Tobago is unhappy with the tax arrangements that are in place, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago are being shortchanged, and this government puts it on the table. When we said that, they jumped out and said, oh, we are going to be bad for foreign investment, and they're going to leave the country and la 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 la. Be afraid. No such thing has happened, Madam Speaker. What this government has done, talking to the leadership of BP, of Shell, of all the others, we said first and foremost, we represent the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and they own the resources in Trinidad and Tobago. And the same way you operate to suit your shareholders, my shareholders are the people of Trinidad and Tobago, including those on the other side. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you, those companies understand that, and we have made progress, and we are making progress towards a better deal for the people of Trinidad and Tobago with respect to these matters. So, Madam Speaker, I was minded to listen to my friend from Caroni Central, because I really wanted to hear what he had to say, because he's a great advisor. But somebody mentioned the burden of CLICO. But the superior mentioned the burden of CLICO that she had to carry and she meet. All I can say to her, Madam Speaker, when you feel that burden on your back, that twisted your back, ask the chairman of the audit committee of CLICO what happened at CLICO to put that burden on your back and the rest of the country. Because the advisor for Caroni Central, as far as I seem to recall from the Coleman inquiry, or whatever it was the chairman of the audit committee of CLICO. He was auditing CLICO when CLICO was heading for disaster and ended up in the DPP office. I hear a question, where's the Coleman report? I came to this parliament and I told Siparia, when she's infrequently here, that the report could not be laid here because I was written to by the DPP and told not to lay the report here. The report is at the DPP's office. Right? Madam Speaker, you could debate that on Monday night. You invite them? Him? Me? I am for heaven, my dear, not for hell. Madam Speaker, my colleague from Diego Martin Northeast talked about doing more with less. Let me give you a few examples, because this issue in front of us is about me as Prime Minister spending some dollars to educate the people, to communicate with the people. Under government's heading, there's a heading in the government's accounts called promotions, publicity, and printing. Yes. Promotions, publicity, and printing. As the Jamaicans will say, here how it go. 2011, 1.8 million. 2012, 6.8 million. 2013, 1.3 million. 2014, 1.9 million. 2015, 1.6 million. 2016, 820,000. 2017, 285,000. And 2018, 379,000. So in the 3 years of the PNM's leadership under my direction, promotions, publicity, and printing cost this country 1.4 million. In the equivalent 3 years of my colleague from Siparia's rampage, it cost this country 10.1 million.
No big deal, man. No big deal.
Madam Speaker, there's the government total for that heading, promotions, publicity, and printing, not just the Prime Minister office. I just gave you the Prime Minister office. And you see the big difference from a year of 6 billion to a year of 379,000. But that heading runs across the government. Virtually every ministry spends money in there. Hear how it goes, according to Jamaicans. This country that had all kinds of priorities found money to spend in promotions, publishing, and printing. The tune of $731 million in 9 years.
Wow.
But if we're comparing how we see it, the first 3 years of the UNC under those headings, they spent $411 million under promotion, printing, and publicity. The first 3 years under this government, where even if we wanted to do that, the money wasn't there. But because we are prudent and making savings to make sure that the government acts more efficiently, the 3-year period under this government, that same heading in the government accounts will show that this government spent $119 million as against $411 million. So, Madam Speaker, that is how you deal with the situation. Just cut out the splurge, because I'm sure, Madam Speaker, the country didn't do as well because we didn't have the funding to do as well. But we survived. Because $411 million in publicity and communication. And you heard, Madam Speaker, you heard my colleague from Port of Spain North talk about how that communication matter was dealt with. That, Madam Speaker, is how the money was being spent. So you could see how it ended up at $400 million. And of course, I know the government has friends and fans, you know, because those who were getting that money have to be in love with you all. But the gravy train done. Good government reach. And I could give you one assurance. There's nobody in my bed who's spending taxpayers' money in the way that my friend has outlined with respect to the spouse of the Prime Minister. Directing government expenditure. My wife has absolutely nothing to do with public money in this country. Madam Speaker, I heard reference being made to NGC. The yellow garbage truck was demonstrating the sucking of 17 billion, what's the figure? 36. Anyhow, I did not have 36 billion in my diagram. The Minister of Finance spoke about it. The 17 billion coming out from NGC and going in the garbage truck, the yellow garbage truck. That was the situation. There too, Madam Speaker, over and above the money spent by central government, the government-owned National Gas Company also had a heading of communication, advertising, and branding. Madam Speaker, ordinarily, NGC would have been spending about $20 million in that kind of heading. Over the period 2013 to 2015, the National Gas Company, taxpayer money at National Gas Company, over and above the $700 million spent in the government, at NGC, they spent $494 million.
In communication.
So in terms of taxpayers' money spent during that period, add $494 million to 700, over $1 billion in communication, advertising, and branding. And among the branding, you may recall, what is happiness? Happiness is the UNC spending money like this, and happiness is for those who were getting it. Nice work if you can get it. One of them came with a wheel after and we're just spinning the wheel. Spinning the wheel. This is spinning the wheel of taxpayers' money. There was an increase, Madam Speaker, 2013 to 2015. It was 57 million in 2013. In 2015, it was 238 million at the NGC.
Advertising.
Of that, Madam Speaker, the house that ran, one of the houses that ran the UNC election campaign, Ernie Ross Company, Ross Advertising, he got 31 million. And listen to this, Madam Speaker. It's one thing to be spending money like that. But the NGC is reporting that invoices were coded and paid on contracts outside the contract period. 198 invoices were paid which could not be linked to a contract valued at 8.7 million. Invoices descriptions were vague and referenced other invoice numbers not attached to the invoices processed. Invoices were processed without user department approval and not stamped by accounts payable to $16 million. And Madam Speaker, 494 million under this government. That company in 2016 spent 30 million, and in 2017, 15 million. That's how it goes. Under the UNC, 494 million.
In one company.
We've brought down that annual expenditure to 15 million for the year, and the NGC is humming along. Madam Speaker, who was getting this money?
Exactly.
Who was getting this money? Madam Speaker, there was one particular company that was building a house for a senior government official. When they got the job, they painted off the name of the equipment and went and did the job. One would have thought that you'd be proud to know you're working for a high-ranking government official because you're good. Paint off your name because you don't want to link that contract to government money. Madam Speaker, in 2013, and this is not new, because this was raised in this House before and in public platforms, but it's now in the records of the company. In 2013, on September 2nd, there was a pre-tender meeting for the Beetham wastewater plant, where the last government committed over $1 billion. Here how it go, according to Jamaicans. September 13, you invite tender. The pre-tender meeting was September 25th, 12 days later. Deadline for clarifications, October 9th. Closing date for tender, October 28th. What a hurry. So between September 2nd and October 28th, they went through all these processes and awarded a contract for over $1 billion. That, Madam Speaker, is the yellow garbage truck. That is how you suck money out of the taxpayer's account. From September 2nd to October 28th, you go through all that process and you award a contract for over $1 billion. But listen, 15 bidders attended the site visit. Only 2 bids were received because bidders requested more time to submit bids.
Of course.
And 13 of them requested more time. $1 billion project, you're giving me 2 weeks to respond. They rejected that. So they only got 2 bids. One particular bid of the 2, one of the bidders, in seeking clarification, made 44 pre-bid clarification questions. There were 44 questions asked by one bidder in the pre-bid period. They refused to extend the period and to answer. And of course, after they awarded the contract, they did 15 addenda to the RFP at the NGC. And Madam Speaker,
Honourable Member, the original 30 minutes are now spent. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your presentation, if you wish.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they awarded the contract to a company called SIS for $162 million US. Contract commenced in March 2014 and should have been finished by December, by 18 months later. As fate would have it, Madam Speaker, that contract was terminated. Contractor left the country. No allowance for advance payment existed in the RFP. However, it was negotiated into the contract after the award, and an advance payment of $200 million US was made.
Small thing.
Small change. It wasn't part of the arrangement. It wasn't part of the contract. It wasn't part of the tender. But after they award the contract in that way I just described, they then gave the contractor a check for $200 million. Madam Speaker, when the contractor ran away from this country, the contractor had been paid 85% of the contract sum, but only 45% of the work was done. And Madam Speaker, if my colleagues could sit down here today and feel good about this, and not feel any shame about this, Madam Speaker, they have no right coming within 1 mile of public money. And then has the gall to come here and say, I put wrong numbers to the people when I tell them that they raided the UNC and siphoned the money and did this with it. This was the last $1 billion that was there. 85% you pay out. $200 million to start, that wasn't required. Contractor run election day and never come back to this country. I could tell you that AG went off to the court and froze and is defending $180 million of the contractor's asset because he run and gone with taxpayers' money.
Non-extradition.
And they will get up in this parliament and seek to attack us. Madam Speaker, this is not about me or any member on these benches. This is about the people of Trinidad and Tobago being raped. Madam Speaker, do you know what 200 million looks like? Madam Speaker, you know how many schools that could have built? We have many schools all over the country, Madam Speaker, that the work is not going on now. And they raise it here every day as constituency issues every day. The work is not going on because the money has been stolen.
Yes.
You take $200 million and hand it to SIS, and SIS gone, never to come back, and you have the gall to come and ask me about school in your constituency. If you had really wanted to represent your constituency, you would have made sure that this $200 million, instead of being paid to SIS, when it wasn't required, that you spend it on your schools in your constituency. And mine as well. Madam Speaker, and then you are such great managers, a $1 billion project, and you pay out 85% of the money and 45% of the work. I tell you worse than that. Now that the work has been stopped, the estimated value of the project now for sale, after the overpayment of $67 million US dollars, the estimate to complete it is $293 million US dollars.
US.
Yes, and the value, Madam Speaker, the value, the salvageable value, salvage value is $3.5 million US dollars. $3.5 million US dollars.
That's a gift. That's the gift.
So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, so when my colleagues, and I have, how much, 5 minutes? Huh? 10 minutes. Yeah. Madam Speaker, so that was SIS and NGC, and before I spoke about some other one. But they didn't finish with the NGC there, Madam Speaker. The NGC has a document called Suspicious Transactions.
Is it yellow?
And Madam Speaker, I want to crave your indulgence for a minute to read the document. An examination of NGC records during 2010-2015 discloses a record of deliberate attempts to conceal expenditure, indefensible wastage, and siphoning of money. Over the period 2013 to 2015, a record $915 million was spent on 46 CSR projects relating to roadworks and recreational facilities, totaling $422 million, and communications, $493 million. So the NGC became a roadworker.
And communicator.
And communicator. But interestingly enough, Madam Speaker, 26 projects relating to roadworks were primarily in Penal, 13 projects. What? For 132 million. Couva, 6 projects, 116 million. Moruga, 2 projects, 91 million. Gasparillo, 3 projects, 12 million. And Barrackpore, 19 million. For a total of 372 million in those selected constituencies. Not a dollar in Diego Martin, not a dollar in Port of Spain. And Madam Speaker, I draw your attention that this is not new, because we did see a map by constituencies that was being used by the NGC at that time to allocate this largesse by constituencies. So when they come here and talk about using taxpayers' money for political purpose, that was the hallmark of the last government, central government, as the MP for Port of Spain North said, and in the state enterprise as it was being handled by the NGC. Madam Speaker, $258 million of those contracts were awarded to one company in 6 affiliated firms, SIS. SIS, the same contractor that run from this country, leaving the yard in Philippines and run from the country, had been given those contracts, and they had 6 affiliated companies bidding against each other, belonging to the same owner, and received 258 out of the 372 million. So, Madam Speaker, that is why some people could have been so happy with the UNC. I have no doubt that there are people in this country who are very happy with the UNC, but those people that bought their bread butter with the best New Zealand butter, the rest of the country, our bread butter with lard as a result of your thinking. And you want us to be advised by you. You want us to be advised by you, madam. We're not doing this. We are doing more with less on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This is no longer happening here. Madam Speaker, they went back into NGC. 14 projects for 274 million was put into PSAEL to be awarded without proper process and scrutiny. What is your plan? Madam Speaker, my plan to get rid of you.
Keep Ducky right there. We need him.
Madam Speaker.
We need him. We need
Madam
him.
Member for Naparima, I think we know that certain banter is permissible in here, and I don't think everything must be taken that literally. Member for Diego Martin West.
Madam Speaker, those numbers I've been calling that befuddles the mind. 2/3 of those contractors, 2/3 of the contractors who got that money shared directors and business relationships with SIS.
Small thing, man.
2/3 of those hundreds of millions, they share directorships with SIS. So, Madam Speaker, when you hear people talking about what a wonderful time it was under the UNC, they have a right to say that. Because it was working for them. It wasn't working for the people of Tobago, the people of Carenage, the people of Point Fortin, the people of Karapichaima, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, a small handful of people. In that 5-year period of the UNC, a small handful of people. Billions. And this has nothing to do with your race or your class or your color, you know. It was selected people in the UNC of all shades were getting this largest. And Madam Speaker, if this could happen, based on what was outlined here today by the member for Port of Spain North, and there is an integrity commission in this country who can hear this and do nothing about it. I remember one time my colleague from Chaguanas got up in here and said I was thieving sand and gravel in Tobago and Hansard. The next day, the Integrity Commission came for the Hansard and opened an inquiry into me. And I spent 4 or 5 years trying to clear my name. Madam Speaker, if the Integrity Commission could be aware of this and do nothing about it, then I think the Integrity Commission has some explaining to do to the country of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I wrote a book I stayed up nights upon nights upon nights, just writing a record of my life to the point of becoming Prime Minister. And I dedicated it to my grandson, who at the time was a year old. Madam Speaker, one of my colleagues in this Parliament filed a complaint to the Integrity Commission saying that I sell in book. Would you believe that I am under formal investigation for writing and selling book?
For writing your own book.
Madam Speaker, I talked to all the authors around in Trinidad, all the people who write books in Trinidad. I have not met one of them yet who told me they make money off the book. As a matter of fact, one book selling house told me when I was approaching the time to sell the books, he said, well, we normally sell about 12 copies of a new book. So, but as a result of having the temerity of not thieving public money and of writing a book for a record, and as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I gave that book as a donation to a number of young people across my constituency, Laventille and across, because I wanted them to understand that even though your life may start out difficult, it is not impossible to do well. And then I now have to hire a lawyer to protect myself from the Integrity Commission because they wrote me telling me I didn't report my
income from the book.
No, income without reference to expenses. And I now have to account. So I'm just putting you on notice, Madam Speaker. If you don't see me here one of these days, it's because the Integrity Commission grounded me. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the point I want to make to my colleague who filed this motion is that I understand this motion. This motion is a substitute for a vote of no confidence.
That's right.
My colleague from Sipara didn't have the gall and the temerity to file a vote of no confidence as she promised months ago. So this is a sideways attack, trying to come here and debate a vote of no confidence in the government as she did today, and it fall flat because she... Madam Speaker, when? Tell me when. We are ready for a vote of no confidence. Come with it. This is a poor substitute. Madam Speaker.
Port of Spain South. Port of Spain South. Port of Spain South. I would advise you to take a little walk and come back. Princess Town, I'd also advise you to take a walk and come back. Port of Spain South, Princess Town. Yeah. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I understand this. This is a poor substitute for a debate an opposition leader has available to him or her the right to file a motion for a vote of no confidence in the government, or which we are awaiting your baby. But to come here, Madam Speaker, and take issue with the fact that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago spoke to the people of this country in a most effective manner is to tell me that you are all about fun and games and jokes. I rest my case.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like the Speaker who went before me and who now flee the chamber, I also did not intend to intervene. But the level of shamelessness I've just heard, the level of deception by someone who mining children in the diplomatic center and coming today to preach about what? Not wasting taxpayers' money.
I'm speaking. 48,
the member was allowed.
I am on my legs raising a standing order. I am.
What is your
it must definitely be the hour of the evening. And I would ask all members to assume the proper decorum required of this chamber. Okay? I'm sure all members here are experienced enough to withstand the pressure of long hours. It's still very early in the afternoon, in the evening. Member for Oropouche, for Aruka Moroni, I believe you stood on standing order. Could you please?
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rose on standing order 48-6 with regard to the statement made by Oropouche West or Oropouche East about minding children in the diplomatic center.
Member for Oropouche East, I uphold the objection. Please withdraw. Find another way to say what you want to say, please.
Madam Speaker, I'll withdraw that, and I'll find another way to say it. And the other way to say it is that it is gross hypocrisy and shamelessness for those persons in high office who squander taxpayers' money on their family to be speaking in Parliament and lecturing people about
Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order 48-6.
Member for Oropouche East, again, I uphold the objection. Please withdraw and continue.
Speaker, I withdraw and I'll say it a third way now. It is gross hypocrisy for anyone in the whole world, in the globe, in a government that wastes taxpayers' money, squander taxpayers' money in Nairobi, in Tanzania, in Japan, in Germany, I could continue, and then come to any parliament in the world and lecture people on how to spend public money. That's okay? All right. Madam Speaker, you know why I'm this angry now? Because I had to sit here and say nothing. Because I was in mortal scare that I could have been asked to leave. And I really wanted to stay because I have to confront this problem we face here. You see, yesterday, the police raided a business in South. And the business, and this is public record, Madam Speaker.
Member for Oropouche East, please continue.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Trinidad and Tobago police raided a business in South, a residence in South. It is in the newspaper. The owner of that business is a self-declared friend of the Honorable Prime Minister. The Prime Minister friend, fraud squad, raided the office and the house yesterday. And today, I am here sitting, hearing about friend and contractor and contractor and contractor. Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister delivered these two addresses, January 6th and 7th, Australia was playing India Test match. It rained the night. I prefer to watch rain in Sydney than to listen to the Prime Minister talk. So I had to go and find copybook to get his speech and tape and so on. And when I read the contents of what he said, I was flabbergasted. Today, to come in the Parliament and hear the Prime Minister lecture us on how to spend public money, it crawls me, crawling. I cannot believe what I heard just now. And telling us on this side how to spend public money. And I'll go through some of the points he made, and I was so happy, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister was allowed to speak about Venezuela. I was very happy about that. I was happy he was allowed to speak about NGC. I was happy he spoke about the other projects of our administration, the partnership, because I want to dwell on that. So I'm happy that he touched those issues. You see, Madam Speaker, and one issue you raised, there's a budget that the Prime Minister was talking about publicity. What? Publicity, publication, publicity, and promotion. Now, if you have nothing to promote, what are you spending? If you have nothing to publicize, what are you spending? If you have nothing to publish, what are you spending? This is a government that has nothing to show. They have nothing to publicize. So you will rent an electronic screen to say what? To say what? Blame Kamala and blame UNC? You put the screen up for that? You have nothing to show. Therefore, you cannot spend any money on promotion, publicity, publication of any kind. This government has closed down everything conceivable. So they have nothing to show. You come today to lecture people on spending money. There's a list we keep on this side. Somebody here will give me the list just now. How much millions of dollars spent on golf course, on castle? How much millions spent on painting? They fix a castle so they could go for Christmas and hear carols and cocktails. That's a priority. They fix, Madam Speaker, that's a priority. Golf course and carols and cocktails at the castle. A residence for the Prime Minister in Tobago. And we have a list of about 100. I'll get it from a colleague just now. That is how they spend money. So if we spend money on schools, on hospitals, community centers, sporting event grounds, that is how you must spend money for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. NGC did work in my constituency. I'm happy and proud that at least under UNC government, we could have the Paragon Sports Center in Debe, Trinidad, built courtesy the NGC. What is wrong with that? Why you want to deny the people of Debe a sporting facility? Why? Why you want to deny the people of Pinal schools? Why? I'm coming to the Beetham wastewater project just now. I raised the matter already, and I'll come to it in a moment. Madam Speaker, they have two problems with the Beetham wastewater project. One is Krishna, and one is Lala. You know, if it was Lulu, they won't have a problem. If it was Louis, they won't have a problem. Their problem is Lala. That is the problem. That is the problem.
Madam Speaker.
And Madam Speaker, I'm coming to the matter. Where is the standing order now?
Standing on 48.6.
Lulu is not in the parliament.
I am standing on standing order 48.6, Madam Speaker.
Member for Urupuchis, I uphold the objection. And it's not a question about the person's being in the parliament. It's not a question, that's what you said, that the person is not in the parliament. It's not a question about the person being in the parliament. Okay? So please withdraw that.
Madam Speaker, the member for Diego Martin West. Oh yes, I withdraw Lulu.
Thank you very much.
I withdraw Lulu.
No,
and
you withdraw all the names, those names.
I withdraw everything. Lala, Krishna, Lulu, Louis.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker.
You see, I've just said you withdraw the names. Thank you. Continue.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister member for Diego Martin West is a very unlucky fellow. Sometimes I really do feel sorry for him, honestly. Since he entered private life, he has been dogged by issues of scandals. And poor fellow has been innocent for all these years. Whereas he entered public life, he had Tantique, Landate, Cleaver Heights, Las Alturas, call them again. And always there are these scandals and allegations that follow him. And clearly he believes he's innocent, and we have no reason to doubt him. We have none. His former Prime Minister asked him where the money went, and the former Prime Minister was probably wrong in any case. That is how he comes to the Parliament and declares that appears as a paragon of virtue, Madam Speaker. But he's very unlucky to face so much scandals, and now we hear Integrity Commission. He just alerted us that the Integrity Commission is investigating him for selling book. That's what they're investigating him now for. That they believe that he did something wrong by publishing books and then peddling it using state functions to peddle books. And that is something that
Madam
Integrity...
Speaker,
Madam
I rise on standing order 48.6.
Okay. So, member, before I rule on the standing order, member for Diego Martin, Northeast. Member for Diego Martin, Northeast. Yes. Well, and therefore, as I say, when people can't take it, they could always take a walk and come back. Okay? Member for Urupuch East. Member for Urupuch East. I ask you to withdraw that. What you said was never said in here. That last part of your statement. Okay? And I do uphold that it's imputing improper motives.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw that. Madam Speaker, the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West spoke earlier and decided to rehash an issue that has been in the public domain for some time now on GSIL, I believe it is, and expenditure there, and then started in the most, to me, obscene manner of calling the names of people's spouses and so on. And that's fine. He's entitled to do that if he so chooses. It has been in the public domain. The member for Diego Martin West came a few moments ago and spoke about NGC and people bidding with the same companies and all type of thing. You know what they will not tell us? Whether they reported to the police and the police has taken any action. Now, we learned today that the Integrity Commission investigating the Prime Minister with his book, whatever that book business is. I don't want to say more. I might say something wrong. So they investigated him with book. But we didn't learn today that all of the allegations they're making about NGC, all the allegations they made about GSIL, all the allegations they made about any other company today, whether those matters have been sent to the police for investigation. They can't tell us that. You see, they come and they talk. I put on the TV and, and watching the replay or the late. Madam Speaker, you ever follow football where your side play during the day a match and they lost and you're watching the replay in the night and I hope they scored different? When I was looking at the Prime Minister, delayed or recorded, I really thought it was different. I thought there was something different between what he said and what was replayed. And there was nothing. And to hear him talk about billions, and so on was upsetting to me, because I know it's billions. It was upsetting to see a Prime Minister of this country. And I had a personal grouse, just how the Prime Minister told us a few days ago. He had this grouse that people call him a kid and 60 years now. He kept that to himself. It was in the press. I read that as well. And he said 60 years now somebody called him a kid. I had this grouse when I saw the Prime Minister dressed down this way. I thought if Eric Williams dressed like that, he was going to cook. If Basdew Pandey dressed like that, he was probably going for a beverage. And Patrick Manning would not dress like that, would not conduct themselves like that, and use what is an address to the nation to attack the opposition in a raw and obscene political manner. I thought that was unbecoming, really. That was, the Prime Minister could have behaved so in Palo Seco last night, where I think he didn't show up in Palo Seco to attend something. So, Madam Speaker, the tone of the two-day presentation, the content of it, the figures, the opposition leader earlier today exposed the Prime Minister with those figures and trying to misrepresent, deliberately misrepresent to the population the performance of the former administration. And I tell my friends opposite, if that is what you want to do, continue doing it. We are in opposition. They believe that if they continue to talk like this, the government won't change. They could continue doing nothing, presiding over all type of wrongs, and stay in power because every time they talk about the former government and allegations of corruption. That is a strategy. And if you think that is a strategy, fine. But the population today realize that you have done nothing, you have accomplished nothing, you have built nothing, you have nothing to show that in 4 years this is what we did, except to attack and blame the opposition. That is your strategy, Madam Speaker. And today I hope the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, as he went into the files and got GSIL email and so on and read from emails, the member would have told us what did he do about the CCTV scandal. It would take contract over $100 million. We raised the matter in Parliament. They cancelled it, and if you had been following the news as you ought to, you would have known that in the public domain there are stories, and we put in Parliament, where they extended the time for tendering in circumstances where there are allegations that it was that departments of government were involved in bid rigging. Could the Minister of National Security tell this country whether or not he received a letter from any interested party outlining their deep concern about that process? Did he receive a letter? And if he received the letter, what did you do with it? So you tell us about GSIL today. Long story, GSIL. You cannot go to the police. The matter is not before the police. There's no issue there. Tell us about NGC. No matter before NGC. They talk about EMBDC. They go in the court and put civil action and so on, which is the subject now of a strikeout action, meaning the whole matter might be thrown out before a proper trial. They do that, but they cannot go to the police because our information is the police chase them away. When they go to the police with what they call evidence, Minister of National Security has to tell us whether he received a letter and what did he do. Did you embark upon an investigation given the serious allegations being made about that CCTV contract valued over $100 million? Why is it that on 3 occasions you try to issue a contract and every time you stop and you go back out to bid? Why is it? You know that contract, 3 times they try to do a bid for that contract, and every time something is wrong. And they go back until finally they will arrive where they want to arrive. And we today listen to the member for Diego Martin West giving us this story about NGC. You know what wrong NGC did? NGC built sporting community infrastructure in the constituencies of those of us on this side. That's a wrong. That's an act of wrongdoing. They shouldn't do that. Only build things in the constituencies of my colleagues opposite. That is fine. But don't put any infrastructure into constituencies held by the UNC. And that is what they create this problem about. They are in their 4th year. Their 5th year will be upon them soon, in a few months, I believe. Have you taken those matters to the police? They demonize everybody, criminalize everybody. But at least somebody wrote the Integrity Commission and they investigated the Prime Minister for book. At least somebody did, huh? I don't know who, but somebody did. At least somebody wrote the police, which I'm aware of, and they investigated EFCL. At least somebody wrote the police and they investigated PTSC. Madam Speaker, in 4 years, the only time the police ever approached me to talk to me was to ask me questions about a member's opposite. That's the only time. And they have a duty, if you see wrong and you know something is wrong, and this look like criminal conduct, you take it to the police. But you scandalize everybody's name. You come in Parliament and talk corruption morning, noon, and night. And while you're doing that, Madam Speaker, while they're doing that, they're involved in all type of suspicious transactions. The Prime Minister of the country today, you know, today we were hearing a story opposite. Somebody said it. I think it's the Minister of Finance. He said when they came in, and I want to tell them, the Prime Minister used a few projects. And what he did, you see, the Prime Minister really is a seller of kind. And that's probably why they investigate him with a book tour, but he's a seller. And he sells a story. He sells a story. And his story is that there are 4 projects that this government did, our government, and they saved $1.26 billion because they cut out corruption and waste and mismanagement. Now, he probably put that in the book they investigated, the Integrity Commission investigated. Madam Speaker, Point Fortin, the price of the Point Fortin Hospital did drop between the price we had estimated and what they put for the Point Fortin Hospital. You know why the price dropped, which he made a centerpiece of his 2-day business, you know? You know why? You know, historically, UDCOT is a project manager. UDCOT now operates under the Office of the Prime Minister. Under the Office of the Prime Minister. So UDCOT will charge what is called a fee, a project fee of 15–20% somewhere there for every project. Now, when you're dealing with a project, of a hospital, $1 billion, a few percentage is a few $1 million. They took a decision that UDCOT won't charge any fees anymore. So that doesn't factor into the budget. So millions go because UDCOT is not taking any money. They say, listen, let the taxpayer pay UDCOT. Only don't take any project fees now. So money fall down already. You know what happened in Point Fortin? We budget some money for what is called capping oil wells. They had a problem down there, contingency, to cap wells because we were building in Point Fortin. What they did, they watched the budget. They said, how much is that for capping the wells? They said, well, $100 million more or less to be budget because we know that is a problem. They said, no. If that ever need be, let the Ministry of Energy do that. So they cut down again the price of the hospital. And then they come to Parliament and say, we cut out corruption and waste and mismanagement. You understand what happened there? It is the same hospital, the same cost, The cost of the wing, the cost of the bed, the cost of the ward is the same thing under the UNC and under the PNM. But they cut away the fees for UDCOT, they cut away the contingencies. And you know what they did again? And you mark my words about the country to listen. Watch for variations in costs. They always begin with one figure and end with another figure. Watch for the variation, because they want to go to the people and say, under the partnership, it was 900 million. Under the...
Madam Speaker.
Next.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that this debate continue until the adjournment.
Honourable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the adjournment is moved. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Oropouche.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Madam Speaker, I was using the Point Fortin Hospital. It is the same cost for the Point Fortin Hospital. The only thing changes, you remove UDCOT fees at a contingency fee. Now, let's look at the Red House project. Under the partnership, we have a Red House project. The project now, it will include Red House restoration, but we were building what is called a companion building. The companion building was about 200-300 million. Madam Speaker, you know what was the original plan there as Speaker? We were actually going to do a basement corridor where you have the Red House, and then you take a basement corridor, like in France and so on, you get those things abroad, and you go to a companion building on these flat, what they call them, escalator, but the flat one that like in the airport. And you move from one building to another, and you go into the companion building. And at Duke Street, where National Security, I don't know if they're still there, where they were, that was supposed to be destroyed, demolished, and companion building for Parliament. They come into office. They say, you mean so much money partnership want to spend on Red House? They say, we're building no companion building. Take off $200 million for that. They come to the Parliament. We save $200 million, corruption, waste, mismanagement. That is the second project. Madam Speaker, at all times with these projects they're calling, it is the same project. They just remove part of it. They take away contingencies. They take away UDCOT fees. And they drop prices knowing that they're going for a cost escalation variation. And they say, look, it's like this. I told someone like this. It's like if the one government was going to buy a Mercedes-Benz and you buy a Wetman, and they say, look, two of we buy the same car, and look at the cost difference in that. They're two fundamentally different projects. And they have reduced the scope of all those projects. In the Brian Lara, that's the third I want to raise. Do you know in the Brian Lara, Madam Speaker, Maruga never has a chance to talk, so you can talk while I'm talking. Madam Speaker, in Brian Lara, we were going to put roof, we were going to put covers. You should talk in Maruga. We wanted to put covers and cover the Brian Lara so people will not get wet in the rain and so on. If it rains, they go to the cricket match. We were changing the seats. We were going to do external drainage. They cut all of that out. No external drainage, no roofing at the Brian Lara. Seats are the same. They're going down there with pressure washer, not pressure cooker. They went with pressure washer. They washed down, they paint over. They said, look, partnership was going to spend 190 million. We only spend 120. We win. And that is how they deceive as they go along. There's one other project I forgot. They come with the EMBDC now. They say, look, the last government borrowed money, and they're famous for this, on the eve of the election, and they spent 400 million and so on. Madam Speaker, in court documents, which are public documents, in the EMBDC case, was about 145 million that was spent, not 400 million. Again, you deceive. In the EMBDC, which they have criminalized now, and I want to tell you, it is a matter of time before the board of the EMBDC, Mr. Attorney General, will resign en masse, because the problems they will be facing now, including their well-liked chairman, when those problems emerge in the public domain, all man gone from that problem, I'm telling you. In the EMBDC, when we were there, we had a massive investment in roads, infrastructure development. If you go in Exchange, Couva, if you go in Petitmoon, St. Madeleine, you will see almost towns and villages built. When you drive around in Pitimoon, for example, you will feel it's a new area in Port of Spain. The way it is developed with roundabout and so on, in a former sugar community. A lot of work done, but they criminalize that. They demonize the contractors. And the same contractors who they throw all in court, Madam Speaker, you know, all of them getting back the biggest contracts they're giving out today. All of them. They accuse 4 or 5 contractors of bid rigging and fraud and everything in the world. You know, when the contracts are now being issued, the biggest contract given in this country, I believe now, so far about maybe in history of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, given to one of the contractors, they accuse of fraud. And that is how they come today to lecture us about conduct in public life, Madam Speaker. So you could understand the anger that I feel. The member for Diego Martin West lectured us earlier today, and then he's so busy he left the chamber because I'm sure he's extremely busy. He left. Lecturing us today on that. One of the biggest problems this country faces today is fixing the administration of justice. Has been sitting on that decision of whether or not to trigger Section 137 of the Constitution and the CJ, and cannot make up his mind and will not do anything about that. And today lecture about responsibility and accountability. If the Prime Minister has a fight with the United States, go outside the Parliament and call the Moleno man name, call him on the pavement. If you have a fight with the U.S. Embassy, call Mr. Moleno on the pavement. What's his name? Mondelo, sorry. I think well, the first one is a Mexican beer. Madam Speaker, if he has a problem with the U.S. Embassy and their interests, call them out. But don't come in the Parliament to raise those matters. And I'm happy that he raised it as well. Today, the world is taking a new shape with new geostrategic and political implications of what is happening a stone thrown away. A stone throw away. A member for Siparia today had the courage, had the boldness, had the tenacity to declare a position. The government has no position. I heard the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, and I pray to God I heard wrong. Give a position of the government. Now, this member is a spokesman on everything. If they introduce Greek dialect in the school system, he's spokesman on that too. And he communicates on everything on planet Earth. And Madam Speaker, he made a fascinating point when they asked him in a press conference somewhere, well, what about the position of Germany and England and Canada and Argentina and Brazil on this matter of Venezuela recognizing Mr. Juan Guaido, if that is the pronunciation? He said they could do that, they're far away. We nearby, we can't do that. Could you imagine our foreign policy is determined because somebody next to we and going to hit we a cough? You cannot determine foreign policy like that. I had the opportunity when the distinguished member for Tabakit was there. I acted about 25 times as Minister of Foreign Affairs. You cannot declare foreign policy because you're afraid somebody. Trinidad and Tobago is an independent country with allies in the world, with a fraternal body of people around us, CARICOM and the wider region and blah, blah, blah. You cannot say, listen, Canada could do that, we can't do it, we next door. That is what the Minister of Communications said. National Security and Communications. That is how, Dabadi Omera, in your years of military service and military training, have you ever heard that level, that obnoxious, coward level of policy making? The member for Siparia today had the courage to state a position, and the entire world has responded to that. The world has responded. And then, no, that wasn't part of the course. Port of Spain, North St. Anne's was then talking about people here should read the Constitution of Venezuela. So what are you saying? Germany, Canada, America, the United Kingdom didn't read the Constitution of Venezuela? That's what you're saying? Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and the rest of the Lima group, they didn't read the Constitution of Venezuela. Only you read it. That matter, Madam Speaker, will cause this government irreparable damage with the largest trading partner that Trinidad and Tobago has had since independence. And the American administration issued a letter today, the reference was made earlier, where they said in harsh diplomatic language, they are concerned about this type of posturing. They are concerned with this type of posturing by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. They expected courage. The Prime Minister only have courage when he stands up here to talk about the partnership government. You get all the courage. You get all the courage. When they say stand up and tell Maduro he's illegally in office, he cannot do that.
Honourable Member for Oropouche, your original speaking time is now spent. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to complete your contribution. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. So I call on the Prime Minister, that same gusto and courage and determination he has when he hears Krishna Lala and so on. He must have that as well in dealing with Maduro and the Venezuelan crisis that we face. Because we will have, an incoming UNC government will have not one, but several areas of complete chaos to clean up. And one may well be our relationship with the United States of America, given what they are doing today. Madam Speaker, the other matter I just want to touch on briefly. You know, in an earlier incarnation of the PNM, there was a high school in the east of this country called Beach High School. Anybody know that remained closed for 9 years? Anybody know that we were told that if you open that school, children and teachers will inhale gas and they will fall down or something? When we got into government, the Prime Minister instructed the member for Caroni East, Minister of Education, could you please open that school immediately? It was opened by 2010, 2011. To this day, 9 years later, not one person inhale gas, inhale anything, fall down. In fact, a member on the other side said, why are you building school there? That's where Duen and Lagahu and Parrot. The Minister of Finance was the one? Yes. Said that. 9 years children went without education in that area. We came back in power. We opened it. We left office in 2015. There's a Cuba hospital for the same children of Beach. What you have against the children? The same children, some of whom will be from Beach. You cannot open the children hospital. Every time we talk, we have a committee looking at it. Huh? Oh, first, when we were in office, somebody came to me, Madam Speaker, and they said, look, you are the Minister of Housing. I said, yes. They said, we have a problem. What? They said, there's an earthquake fault line under the Cuba hospital, and if we have an earthquake, the Cuba hospital fall down. I got frightened one time. And when I got frightened, I just called a member for Samuel Barataria. So I called Samuel Barataria. I said, Minister of Health, we have a main problem here. I said, what is? I said, look what these people telling me. We assembled at the Ministry of Housing a committee, including professors, doctors, technical people. You know, when we finished a meeting from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, you know what the result was? The professors of whatever, geology and so on, they told us if there was an earthquake, the only building that will remain standing is the Cuba Hospital. Because we had mitigated against that. They had an earthquake, last year I had an earthquake here. I was out of the country at the time. Had an earthquake, Madam Speaker. The Cuba Hospital standing. I want to tell you, if one hairline fracture had developed there, I am sure they would bring the picture and show it in Parliament. I'm sure. Cuba Hospital. Today now, I come to this one, which is the subject today. Madam Speaker, there was an article in the newspaper, and I took note of it as well, Madam Speaker. 20th January 2019, and I won't read the entire article, Madam, just a couple lines. 943 million white water elephant abandoned project up by 163 million. So this is a story by Suniti Maharaj. And Madam Speaker, the gist of this is to say that the project has been abandoned. But you know what is amazing, Madam Speaker, in this matter? That this project, when conceptualized, this project was to produce, and I want to get the exact quote here, Madam Speaker, because yes, this project, it is to supply 23 million gallons of water a day. 23 million gallons of water a day. So that they will substitute water going to industrial sites and water going to residents and persons. Hundreds of thousands of people in South and Central Trinidad in particular would get water. So they denied education. They denied health care. You know, they have denied water as well. This is a water treatment plant. It's meant to deliver millions of gallons of water per day, Madam Speaker. They will not finish it. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and his colleagues have a way of coming to the House with all type of documents in your hand. We don't know if it's the menu from a restaurant they're holding, if it's the bar list, the wine list, but they stand up and hold a document and shake it, you know, and they shake it, and they say, look what happened here. But they will not tell us which document, what is what. Today we heard the same thing. Beetham wastewater, and the gentleman from Diego Martin West stood up with that. Madam Speaker, it will be shocking to hear, Madam Speaker, some of the issues surrounding this Beetham wastewater treatment plant. You see, when they got into office, Madam Speaker, they took a decision. They took a decision that was a UNC project. And apart from that, they had a difficulty with the name of the contractor, which I'll not call again. And Madam Speaker, they decided that project had to stop, because anything UNC do, of course, they believe is bad, and we have to stop that. And we have to change it and change the name. It reminds me of an old story. Madam Speaker, a former UNC administration had something called a dollar for dollar program. When we changed government in 2001, minister told the PS, who later told us actually, he said the first thing the minister said, you have to change the name because that's UNC. So I think they developed something called GATE. Madam Speaker, they came with this matter of the Beetham wastewater plant. Madam Speaker, a reputable auditing firm undertook an analysis of this, Ernst & Young. And Young will want to listen to this. Madam Speaker, the government of Trinidad and Tobago paid $900 million for work already done. NGC paid to Ernst & Young for a report, and the report was presented to the Ministry of Finance and the stakeholders on the 17th of August, 2017. The report, incidentally, we are told, cost $90 million, was paid to Ernst & Young. Imagine for a report from an auditing firm, they have not denied that. Huh? $90 million paid to Ernst & Young, 90, paid over a period of time to write a 21-page report. Madam Speaker, they paid senior counsel some money, I think I don't want to call the name of that. The contractor and the NGC are in arbitration now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what was shocking is that Ernst & Young, in their report, 21-page report, it's a graphic report, said that it was $80 million additionally to complete the project. $80 million, Madam Speaker. They could complete the project. They said there were 4 companies interested in completing it at no cost, immediate cost to the taxpayer. They will work it out over a period of time. They would recoup their money when they sell water and so on. So they would switch it later on down the line. Madam Speaker, this government will not complete that project, Madam Speaker, for $80 million. They will not complete it where 4 private bidders are interested. 4 are interested in completing the project at no immediate cost to the taxpayer, and we'll get 23 million gallons of water a day. And I asked the government, don't study me, go and get the Ernst & Young report that did a study on this Beetham wastewater treatment plant, Madam Speaker. They tell us today, I'm hearing that $3 million of assets on the ground. Do you know what the report said? It said it had $900 million of assets on the ground. $900 million of assets on the ground. But they want to sell it for $30 million. So $900 million on the ground, Ernst & Young, and they want to sell it for $30 million. And I asked the Minister of Finance whether he has given instructions to sell $900 million in assets for $30 million. And who intend to buy it? Because I know where this will go if they remain in office. If they remain in office 1 hour more than they should, those assets on the ground from the Beetham wastewater project will be sold to a preferred bidder who will go on privately to make water and sell back to the industrial users, sell back to WASA, and make a bundle of money. And that is what that whole project is about. They will not tell you that that matter is now in arbitration, and there is a possibility that the government can lose and have to pay the same contractor they're criminalizing $200 million. It's in arbitration. So, Madam Speaker, all of that was because of the malice of not completing a project started by the Partnership Administration. All of that. Because, I want to tell you, if they had evidence of criminal wrongdoing, all now the police hot on the case as they are with AV drilling. Because I could tell you, Madam Speaker, when those of us on this side, when the member for Siparia bust the mark on AV drilling, it was a matter of time before that went to police and police moved. And I want to tell you as well, the police did move quickly as they could. and they are dealing with that matter. So I advise members opposite, if you have evidence or information of criminal conduct on the Beetham wastewater project, try to leave Lala alone. Well, I want to call his name. I withdraw that name. Try to leave the contractor alone and go and report to the police and say, look, we believe this was wrong. But they cannot do that, because if they do that, they're exposing their own managerial operatives in the NGC. So you could come in Parliament and demonize everybody, but you can't go by the police headquarters with that. They can't, because the police would want to know where you get the information from. And what we have been hearing is that you can't go by police when your fingerprint is on information as well. Madam Speaker, so I am hoping that my colleague from Port of Spain North and St. Anne's West, who positions himself as some type of corruption buster, and today he was busting up GSIL and calling the names of people who are not members of Parliament and calling the, spouse as well of members here and so on, has done nothing about the CCTV contract, has done nothing about the NGC Beetham wastewater plant if they believe there's corruption there. They took a matter from the EBC to the police, and I think the police put them in their place for that. So they went and filed civil suit in the court. So they're suing everybody they could meet now. So, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is there's a hypocrisy existing in meeting and treating with issues of corruption. There's a hypocrisy, because all they want to do is carry that like a road march into the election. And that is what it is. It's a road march to carry into the election. So you think that the people will look on and believe, oh, the last government was really bad. We have to put you back, although it did nothing. I lost my job. I lost my house. I lost my car. But we have to put you back because the last government was bad. That is their strategy. I don't know where in the world that ever worked. And quite frankly, we are happy with that, some of us, because they've been doing that for 2 years, and we won the Barataria by-election. The UNC won a Barataria by-election, taking our seat from the PNM. And in Belmont, I think we got 200% more votes in Belmont. In fact, if they continue with that, Lavantil West seat is in trouble. Is in trouble. I tell you one time. He's in trouble. Palo Seco yesterday in the heartland of Labre, I couldn't believe the placards I was reading there. They had pictures of placards by the people of Labre. I couldn't believe it. But they forgot, when they saw the placards, they forgot the anthem and the prayer. They got Bazudi down there. So the way things looking, and Madam Speaker, if a half-decent candidate is put by the UNC in Diego Martin West in trouble. He could become the first Prime Minister since George Chambers to lose his seat. I've never found this level of animosity, where people will walk miles last night, stand up in the dark and the cold, waiting with placard for the Prime Minister. I've never seen that type of behavior of people, animosity, and that is because they have lost their jobs. That is because they have lost their livelihood. That is because they're the victims of crime. That is because they're the victim of an aggressive and authoritarian state, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, and every time they meet protesters, they say, well, the UNC paid them. Today, I will end with one point, Madam Speaker, in the 5 minutes I have left. Madam Speaker, I will end with this point. Today, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, and when I hear Diego Martin Northeast speak as Minister of Finance, sometimes I'm almost tempted to try to become the next Minister of Finance of this country. Because anything better than him. And I think I'm more qualified. I did EC 101 in UE. So I am more qualified to hear him talk today. He came here and he said, they came into power and we left the Arima Hospital without financing, and we left Point Fortin, we dig a hole with a backhoe and run away and so on. Okay, good. Madam Speaker, where they got financing from? They put out, they sent a letter to a pen pal and got financing. Where you got the financing to the hospital from? It was from the companies we were engaged in 2-3 years before VAMID for Point Fortin and the China government for Arima. So we were engaged in discussions with them on financing. When they came in, they decided to continue the dialogue. It took long, 2-3 years, and they finally have financing now. So, but the member for Diego Martin Northeast said that, and he forgot his Prime Minister talk last week. Last week, the Prime Minister made a public statement, ministerial statement, Madam Speaker, and in a nutshell, you know what he said? He said, we're buying boats from Australia. The boats are 1.2 billion TT dollars, more or less. And here what? We paid down $200 million already for those boats. We tell them, bill it. $200 million already paid for those boats. And you know what he told this nation yesterday in his ministerial statement? That we haven't put in place the financial arrangement yet for the rest of the money. So if this government collapsed tonight as you could, tomorrow we need to go and find $1 billion to buy boat. Because you sign agreement and you don't have money.
Member for Oropouche.
And make down payment.
Member for
Madam
Oropouche
Speaker,
East.
Madam Speaker,
unfortunately, my time and your time seem not to be in sync.
Oh.
But your time is up.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I regret that.
Member for Hawketta Talfar.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the motion as amended by the member for the Omartin Northeast. Madam Speaker, I could not believe the member for Superior when she said that she did not listen to the Prime Minister's live address. No, this is the, you just listen to the live airing broadcast. Now, as leader of the opposition, it is a direction of duty for you not to listen to a address by the Prime Minister. He could have been calling an election or something to make you happy. I understand the member for Oropouche, he said he had to watch cricket. But I looked at it, you know. What surprised me, we are debating this motion, although the member said she did not hear the address, she didn't know where it was, she didn't know who the people who were in the audience. So we're talking about, she spoke at length about the things she did not know. And we debated what she does not know. Now, I understand, I looked at the address, and I was amazed at the number of calls that I got after the address congratulating me for the Prime Minister's statement to the nation, which had nothing to do with it. People were so happy, and I understood my constituents were happy, because on September 3rd last year, the Prime Minister came to my constituency in the Workfield area to launch the opening of the Altec Park in my constituency that had been closed by the member for Superior. The construction of that building for the ETEC facility was shut down in 2010 by the PP administration. Now, I heard, and let me just check my notes, that that project will earn this country $1.2 billion in export earnings over the next 20 years. It brings to my constituency 100 direct jobs and 500 indirect jobs, and creates a spin-off of enterprises that will spur activity in the northeastern part of Trinidad. It will be a boost to the East-West corridor. And now I hear the member for Superior talking about her plan. She has a blue economy plan, a yellow, not yellow, green economic plan, a silver economic plan. What I've not heard is a red, white, and black economy plan. And she speaks about, the member speaks about the despair, on the other side, the despair that is taking place in the country despite the Prime Minister's address. I want to tell my friend from Kumutu Manzanana, on the 3rd of December, a meeting was held in New York constituency at the Lower Kumutu Primary School, where my constituents were invited as well as yours. And there was one question that disturbed me from a member of the Kumutu Manzanana constituency who asked, well, you know, this project was started by Mr. Manning in 2010, and they came in and just shut it down. And how are we to ensure that we'll get all these benefits, because we are looking forward to it? And the answer was simply, you can change that simply by your vote, because Kuputu Manzina said nothing when the project was shut down that would benefit her constituents and all the people in that area, because we represent the same people in the same community, in the same villages. And when I went to that ceremony, I looked at my constituents as well as hers, who were working proudly, having found employment at the Alutech facility already, and very, very happy with it. And I was very excited by their response to that project and the excitement that has come about from the Prime Minister's speech there and his address at the start of the year that gave great hope to a large segment of the population. We are creating jobs and taking care of the people's business. And the people will be well encouraged to mind in their business as we take care of it. The member for Oropouche East spoke about abandoning projects. That project was abandoned and nothing was put in its place. I have seen over and over again the despair that is being put out by members opposite when there is great hope on the horizon, as the people from La Hoca Talparo felt when this project was restarted. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I take my seat.
I represent the member from Mayaro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for acknowledging me this evening as I join this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in starting this debate, I would like to rebut, I wouldn't say rebut, but I'll make a comment on the contribution of my colleague from La Hoquita Talparo. And I just want to thank the member for his contribution. It's good to let your constituents know that you are alive and well, and I want to wish you all the best with your continued recovery, my good friend. Mr. Deputy Speaker, first let me start by congratulating the leader of the opposition, the member for Siparia, for an excellent dissertation on the truth and correcting the misinformation which was peddled to the national community on January 6th and January 7th of this year. And in the modern world of the 21st century, we do have something called DVR, that we can record programs and we can view it later. We also have tools. We also have systems where we can take the speech out of any video recording and print it as what we've done, and it's transcribed, and we have access to every single word that was said during that presentation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, oh yes, it's called technology, and modern technology as well. I also want to congratulate my colleagues who spoke before me, members for Caroni Central, Tabaquite, and Oropouche East, who did their part in combating fake news as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, having listened to the Honorable Prime Minister here this evening in this House, and I'm glad he raised the issue or the topic about this book of the Honorable Prime Minister called From Mason Hall to Whitehall. And I am an avid reader of fiction as well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so I did delve a bit in taking a read of it. And what I can tell you is that I see clearly why the Honorable Prime Minister chose to put pen to paper to get this book out in his first year. Because clearly he would have had an indication that his government would have had nothing to do and he would have nothing to write on going forward over the next 3.5 years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is easy to test this. In 40 months, in 40 months of this administration, what can we list? What can we list as the accomplishments of this administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, as one of my colleagues told me that the amount of items that this government, this administration can boast about is just enough to scribble on a golf ball because it has enough space for 1 or 2 items. Beyond that, what can you list in terms of the accomplishments that would have set Trinidad and Tobago on a new foundation, on a new track, entering this new decade that we're in? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's 2-part address that was broadcast on national television, in listening both productions on the 2 days, the Prime Minister set about blaming Kamla Persad-Bissessar and the UNC for thwarting every move of his government. Apparently, my understanding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was Kamla Persad-Bissessar who has stopped the Sandals deal. It is Kamla Persad-Bissessar who may be stopping or contributing to the shakedown of a shady dragon deal. And clearly, it may be Kamla Persad-Bissessar who is wanting to stop the purchase of these Australian ferries and so on. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reason, from my view, when I listen to the Prime Minister, that his government has not been able to do a number of items is clearly because of the member for Siparia. And I want to agree with the Prime Minister. I want to agree with the Prime Minister because apparently in that 2-part series, that was the only thing that the Prime Minister got right, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And let me take the time now to congratulate the Honourable Member for Siparia for being the most effective opposition leader in the history of Trinidad and Tobago by stopping a sitting government from conducting its business in their view. So how can you say, how can anyone say that we do not have a strong opposition, a clear leader, and the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the lecture which we received on January 6th and 7th, called Minding Your Business, can only be described as terrorism by PowerPoint, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because you had to be, when the Prime Minister finished with those PowerPoint slides, you had to be extremely concerned, very concerned whether, this is how you drive, this is how you create crisis in a country. And this is the 4th year of governance. And a lot of the information which was presented in those slides, Mr. Deputy Speaker, many of it has been discounted today, and I will not go into any great details of many of them. But the ones that keep popping up every time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I will just list 1 or 2 of them very briefly for you, would be the IMF growth rate. There is a conversation where we can expect a 2% growth rate, and the IMF is saying it's really 0.9, and that keeps coming up over and over. Now, why those figures may seem small, it has a great impact on the life of the people of the country based on what their development is going to be, what their lifestyle is going to be. How happy are they going to be at the end of the day? So those figures are very, very important. Mr. Deputy Speaker, once again, the Prime Minister continued this attack on the capital allowance that was done in the energy sector. Again, it came up today by several members on the other side. But yet, for those of us who have worked in the industry, who worked during that period of the industry, we understand why it had to be done, why it needed to be done. And there can be no dispute that we are benefiting from that accelerated depression that was introduced in the energy sector today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister, in his contribution, he touched on a bit of this, and it was raised here in this House today about this Dragon field. And just for information, the Dragon field will be producing a little upwards of 150 million standard cubic feet of gas. And when you look at that production as against a percentage of what is our total requirement in terms of 4.2 billion cubic feet, it's just a little under 4%. And, you know, one wonders the risk that as a country we are taking when we, based on the current situation in Venezuela. And when you are reading the information in the public domain about all these countries that are stating or declaring a position, are we running a risk? Are we running a risk for our reputation internationally for 4% of our gas consumption? So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is something that is of grave concern to me. I know many of my colleagues opposite Mr. Deputy Speaker. I feel that they have friends in Caracas that is telling them one story, and then the rest of the world is saying something else. But as mentioned earlier today, if by chance there are extreme activities that's going to happen in Venezuela very, very soon, I don't see how we would be able to carry out this Dragon deal. You know, and it is of concern because while we're focusing on that, knowing that there is some risk, what else are we doing in terms of our opportunities to drive new exploration? Because we do need the gas, there's no doubt about it. We do need the gas. But if we are only focusing on this one trump card, and we're not focusing on what new opportunities are there, we will still end up in problems, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the most shocking aspects of the Prime Minister's contribution on those 2 nights, and I thought it was a bit funny, was when he brought up the issue of the ferry and the way how the Prime Minister gesticulates and says, ferry, 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 ferry. It sounds somewhat comical. And, you know, when he did that, when the Honorable Prime Minister did that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it reminded me of my primary school days. You know, when kids would sing ring a ring a roses, pocket full of posies, and when you are walking into the field, they jest at you and they laugh at you. And I thought it was a bit of mocking the issue, mocking the people who may have been affected by the issue of the ferry. And I thought that was a bit insensitive for the leader of government to do that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, so they asked me, you know, is that the quality of leadership that we want in this country? And I had a deep concern because of that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the collapse of the Sea Bridge is it can be described as undoubtedly one of the most shameful episodes in our nation's history. Because of the length of time, the impact it had on the people of Tobago and a lesser extent the people of Trinidad, but definitely the impact on the people and the business of Tobago, it has to be one of our worst periods in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to address that particular issue in my contribution. It's not a very long contribution, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but in the Prime Minister's message, he spoke specifically that it was the previous administration that led or that created a problem which led to the collapse of the Sea Bridge, and that his government had to fix that. And then he also mentioned that, and if I could just quote what he said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he spoke about the maintenance of the passenger ferries. And the passenger ferries, the Prime Minister claimed, was a result, the breakdown and the poor maintenance was a direct result of the poor work that was done by the People's Partnership Administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in trying to follow the theme of the Prime Minister's presentation of minding your business, and I would say it's the business that I have to mind is the business of the people who have elected me, and that's the taxpayers' business. You may know that I sat on that Joint Select Committee meeting where we examined several areas of that ferry fiasco. And as you know, both the report, the majority and minority report, was laid in this House a couple of months ago. And it is there for the public to view, it's there for the public to read. So I took the time to re-examine, to refamiliarize myself with some of the evidence. And I wanted to respond to the Prime Minister to see if what he said, if it could have hold water at the end of the day. Because I have access in the minority report, in the majority report, to information that was given firsthand during that investigation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's own admission during that event was that there was something terribly wrong and that there was a smell and a hint of corruption in that whole episode around the ferry. And that led the Joint Select Committee to ask that an investigation be conducted into the events surrounding it. And what I could tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is this whole issue of the Sea Bridge and the collapse of the ferry service. So, Deputy Speaker, it was an exercise in the creation of a crisis. A crisis was created for a particular reason. And because the crisis was created, certain actions had to be taken with certain outcomes that was hoped to get out of it. And again, because I would say probably of a bit of incompetence, a little bit of disregard of following process and rules, we ended up with a situation where this problem on the Sea Bridge just lagged on, and there was no fix in sight. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to offer the members of this House and offer to you as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this crisis was manufactured and hatched. It was hatched by this administration, by this government.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Hatch, Standing Order 48-6, please.
Overruled.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When the idea, and this is my analysis as I sat on this committee, when this idea was created, if hatched is a harsh word, it was sent to the Port Authority to execute certain actions, and something went wrong when you have patriots. I know patriotic, and patriots is a word that is, that they love to use on the other side. You had a patriot like Ferdy Ferreira who stood up and challenged the decisions. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, when that happened, the turmoil started to go on and on because one thing led to the other. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this manufactured crisis saw the brutality of good governance by an administration that was bent on casting the system and the process of the Central Tenders Board down into a deep, deep, deep pit. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this manufactured crisis saw ministerial incompetence. They allowed the bypassing of tender and safety requirements by using ministerial fiat as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this manufactured crisis saw the removal of the best-in-class, what you call a best-in-class roll-on, roll-off vessel called the Superfast Galicia, who functioned so admirable over a 2 3/4 year period that the stakeholders, they commented during the investigation that for that 2 3/4 years, only 6 days, that vessel was out of service. And during that 3 years, there was very little or no complaint from stakeholders in Tobago. So what was the reason? What was the reason for that vessel to be removed from service? And Mr. Deputy Speaker, to assist with understanding why, I want to just, for clarity, to go through a couple items on the timeline. So the audience, the listening audience, the national public, those who may have not had the time to read the report, could see a timeline how this crisis was manufactured, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on December 15th, 2015, ICL, which was the agent for that Superfast, that is the vessel that has been working fine, no problem, people happy, Tobago in a glee. On December 15th, 2015, ICSL writes to the then Minister of Work and Transport, that's Honorable Member from Laventille West, and to advise that they, which is ICSL, understand that a decision was taken back in September of that year, which is 2015, by the Port Authority to extend the contract of the Superfast Galicia for a period of 2 years. But to date, which is December 15th, they have not received official confirmation of this contract award, and that they are seeking his assistance to understand the government's position with regard to the Superfast. Basically, what is the position with the contracts? Because we need to know what to do. The contract is coming up for renewal or termination in a few months. In that very same correspondence, Mr. Deputy Speaker, ISCL further advised that consequent to this agreement, which in their mind is a conversation that has happened, and based on legitimate expectations emanating from this 2-year extension, they, ISCL, is initiating financing arrangement through a local financial institution for the outright purchase of the vessel. What that meant, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that if the vessel is now owned by the local company, the state can now pay TT dollars for the vessel, not US dollars. That goes back to the owners in Gibraltar. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it should be noted that the ship owners have agreed in principle for the sale, but advised otherwise that the vessel if it doesn't happen, if the contract is not awarded, the vessel will need to be returned to Gibraltar at the end of February 2016. So this is December 2015, and he's telling the minister that if something doesn't happen, if no arrangement is made for the 2-year extension, well, no problem, but we'll have to send the vessel back to Gibraltar. Additionally, the company also sought to explore the possibility with the government to form a partnership in dredging. Dredging was a big issue in the port there. They say, listen, we'll form a partnership with you, the government, we'll do the dredging, and we will help with the assembly, the construction, and development of a branded ferry terminal as to adequately deal and accommodate the Superfast Galicia and all its passengers and so on. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you travel to the United States and you go to some of the international airports, you would see an entire terminal which may be branded for American Airlines, branded for United Airlines. So the Superfast said, look, we can do something like this in partnership, and we will have a better service to the clients and the customers. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's in December 2015 this conversation started. On the 20th of January 2016, and I'm building a case for the creation of a crisis, Mr. Deputy Speaker, ISCL writes the Minister of Finance, which is the Honourable Member for Digo-Martin Northeast, outlining the inquiry again and identifying in that letter what they consider to be the benefits of the SFG, and it explores again to the Honourable Minister the dredging, this dredging partnership. On the 29th of January 2016, Mr. Deputy Speaker, ICSL writes the chairperson. Now remember, these people ain't getting no response yet. Eh? They keep writing the end of the termination of the boat is coming in February. And he's asking again, they're writing the minister, they're writing the finance minister. And on the 29th of January, ISCL writes the chairman of the Port Authority, one Ms. Christine Sahadeo, alerting of the consequence.
I rise on Standing Order 49-1. The matter that the member is referring to is before the court.
Not that one. This has
it
nothing
is.
with Nairi Alfonso on it.
Yes.
There's nothing between.
It is.
It's not. It's not.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Nothing either. So you're just older? You're doing good. Everybody's better. Your ego is huge.
Member for Laventille West. 1 second, yeah. You have advised the chair that the matter is before the court. Yes. And you take total responsibility for that statement.
Both matters are before the court. Yeah. Two matters are before the court. One against the agent and one against a certain person whose name was called a moment ago. Both matters. And I take responsibility.
Okay. Honourable Member for Meru, right, based on that information, I would like you to move on to your other point, please. Isuru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I know my colleague from Laventille West is much more of an attorney than I am, and I will take that information with a bit of salt.
Yeah, exactly.
And I will try not to refer to anybody's names, Mr. Speaker, but I can refer to the matter. Could I? I can't refer to the names of anyone. But supposedly in a country that had a problem like this, and you had the owner of the vessel, the owner of a vessel is saying, look, I'm coming to the end of my contract. I have done reasonably well over the last 3 years. What are you going to do? Are you going to give me an extension? Are you going to terminate? But the time is limited. But I want you to come and tell us what to do. Within the agencies that managing this vessel, they say, well, look, we are looking at a 2 years extension, the management.
No, I don't think I'll be able to allow you to go down the road because, again, you're going in now to the details of the agencies that are responsible. So it means that, again, even though you're not calling names, you will have to identify certain information. So I think that you should move on, please.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You can't blame a man for trying. All right, so.
Okay, thank you.
But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what I can't speak on is the impact on Tobago. because that is not before the court.
Correct.
The impact and the suffering of the people of Tobago. And you see, I am trying to respond because clearly the Prime Minister doesn't know that this is before the court either, otherwise he would not have spoken about this matter and the ferry, right, in the public domain, right? In his presentation, I can read it for you. I can read it, but I don't want to use up my time. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, the creation of a crisis is what ended up there. And this had its nexus from day one when there was no desire to renew. And because that was bundled, it went everywhere. It went all over the place. And I don't think that Tobago has benefited in any way from any of the decisions made from that point in terms of the other vessels that came. There were numerous complaints from the people in Tobago and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to leave it there by just saying that this was a manufactured crisis. This had nothing to do with the People's Partnership. This was done in the boardroom of the agency that was managed. And leave it there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know this one not before the court. The Prime Minister says in his contribution on January the 6th that the People's Partnership run the 2 passenger ferries to the ground. Run it through the ground, no maintenance, they fix nothing. That is why the vessels were in the state they were in by 2016, early 2017. But again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that matter with the passenger ferry has nothing to do with Superfast and the company and the agencies. There was another manufactured crisis. There's a company called Bay Ferries. I don't think they're before the court. Honorable Member for Laventille West, they're not before the court. But Bay Ferries was packed up and they get marching orders because of bad information. And here how the crisis was manufactured, Mr. Deputy Speaker. During yes, it is very relevant because the Prime Minister said that the partnership caused it. And I am telling you that the partnership didn't cause it. It was a manufactured crisis at Port Authority. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm just getting to that. It is worth noting that Bay Ferries, the fee paid to Bay Ferries was $7 million per month. And during the investigation, there was the conversation that Bay Ferries was too expensive. They weren't training anyone, and they were getting another company called...
Your initial 30 minutes have expired. You have an additional 15. Care to avail?
Yes, definitely.
Proceed.
I'd love to finish Bay Ferries. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So Bay Ferries, they say was charging too much. There's another company called Magellan, which is not before the court. So I can't submit with them either. They're not before the court. And they say Bay Ferries was charging less, $370,000. So clearly somebody on the board said, well, look, why are we paying all this money? It's corruption, you know, the partnership do all kind of skull. But you know, during the inquiry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you would permit me to read a bit of the verbatim from a conversation between Mr. Senator Franklin Khan, who is speaking to the then port chairman, Ms. Christine Sahadeo. And she's now on 2 new boards. And Mr. Khan is asking Ms. Sahadeo, I just want to clarify the terms which you spoke in comparing like for like. He's asking whether when you shut the Bay Ferries contract off and you went to Magellan, were you getting like for like? This is what he's trying to ask. He's telling Ms. Sahadeo, we canceled a contract that provided management and actual maintenance, which is really what you want. But that was with Bay Ferries. They, which is Bay Ferries, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will be checking the schedules. They will be having maintenance schedules. They will be checking the oil, checking the pistons. and checking drive shafts and so on, and all the things that go with maintenance. Do you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what the Magellan contract had for $370,000? We're going to hire 5 men from the port, and all we're going to do is manage our transition. So do you know, from the time they canceled the Bay Ferries contract, nobody realized that there will be nobody to physically do the maintenance work on the boats, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is what is said in the verbatim. Anybody here in this house could go and pull it and read it. And we went back and we asked, didn't the entire board see that or raise that as a red flag? And by the time they picked it up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a number of issues had already happened. So my key response to the Prime Minister's conversation in that matter was that I disagree that these two issues was a product of the People's Partnership. It was created, it was manufactured by his administration, his management in these state facilities, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And for anyone who want to verify that, you go to the verbatim, you go to the Joint Select Report, and you can read the verbatim any day that you want. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the few minutes that I have remained, I just want to end by, but there's so many English teachers in this house, Mr. Speaker. It frets me. But anyhow, Mr. Deputy Speaker, government is indeed a business. It is indeed a business. And it has to run efficiently, purposefully, and it must be built on solid platforms, and it must have a philosophical moral. And I dare tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't see it in this administration. It is not there, it is not present. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in private sector, when you read Principles of Business in Form 4, they tell you that the sole objective of any business is to make a profit. But in the 3 years and 4 months, 5 months that I've sat in this parliament, and I've understood a little more about government and how government works thanks to the yellow books and the exercise that we do at the Standing Finance Committee, profit in government is not dollars and cents. Profit in government is happiness. Is how do you make your people comfortable and happy? That's how you measure profit. How do you measure profitability in the agricultural sector? It's not about what it's costing to produce, it's do you have enough food to feed your people? That is how you measure profit. Mr. Deputy Speaker, but how should we measure happiness when you're looking at economics from a government perspective? Because it's a lot of numbers, it's a lot of graphs, it's a lot of cut-off points and bar charts and so on. But you have to ask the question, with all the good governance and cutback of spending and reduction of crime and of waste and mismanagement, is the public, are the people of Trinidad and Tobago happier today?
Definitely.
And how we measure that? And listen, member for Laventille West is quite right in his opinion that they are very happy. But how do we measure that? What is the measuring rule? So I asked this question in this house and to the public outside there. Are you happy today in 2019 with the quality of services that you get from utilities? From WASA, today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, half of Maharo, 3/4 is having problems for water every other day. And when you talk to the WASA people, you can't get parts, you can't get a collar, you can't get a joint. Right? You can't get it because of poor management. You have to ask, are you satisfied with your service from the police, from fire services? You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mayara right now, we have a new brand fire truck that crashed in September. It parked up under the fire station. It parked up. They sent another replacement tender. The pump is working. So when you had to go and respond to a fire, you had to lift up the pump and pump the water. And you know, Rio Claro have a tender. Same problem, you know. Park up under the fire station, and it had no engine. So it's a fire engine without an engine. Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the people of Mayaro happy with that service? No, they can't be happy. They cannot be happy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, are you happy? Are our people happy with the conditions in our nation's schools? Rio Claro Ashja has been closed since September last year up to today. Up to today, the school can open back for a roof issue, you know. A roof issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But we need to find out if the people are happy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Are you happy with the quality of your roads, your drainage in your community? Is the people happy? That's how we measure in profit with
Members on the government side, please. Standing order 53, I need to hear the member.
Speaker, I rise on standing order 8. 8.1, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Sit down.
Which reads,
please.
The proceedings and debates of this House shall be in English language.
Overruled.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. And it, you see,
members,
is or are doesn't matter when people suffering.
Overruled.
And I will go on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, are the people of this country happy?
Members,
with
one sec. Members,
Fail your people. That's why they give you a baptism of fire, water.
Laventille West and Tabakit. If you all want to continue the discourse, you all are free to exit the chamber.
You can't insult members on this side. Looking forward to another baptism.
Members, as I said, there's a certain decorum that is expected, and as the Speaker, I'm going to maintain it. I only recognize the member for Mayaro at this time. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will not be long again to worry them with my English. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the people not happy in this country because of all these changes that this government is making, I want to tell the Honorable Prime Minister, as the CEO of this country, no amount of PowerPoint slides and diagrams and drawings which gerrymanders the statistics to convince the stakeholders of the ability of this Prime Minister to take this country forward. It won't work. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I suspect at the next AGM, whenever it happens, this CEO and his entire board will be banished to the wilderness of political nothingness. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for St. Joseph.
Thank you. Many thanks, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for recognizing me, and it's an absolute pleasure to be coming after my good friend from Mayaro. I know he means well, but it's quite unfortunate that he sits where he does, because we know where his heart is. And you know, whenever he makes a contribution, you could see his soul is not in it. He's saying that because he has to. But I understand your dilemma, sir. And I wish you good luck, and I empathize. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honorable member for Siparia started off today by congratulating herself on 9 years of leadership. But within those 9 years, she suffered 8 losses. And today, she suffered her 9th loss when the honorable member for Diego Martin Northeast amended her motion. And then she suffered her 10th loss. She suffered her 10th loss today when at 6 o'clock, the opposition was caught flat-footed, expecting the Parliament, expecting the House to be adjourned at 6 o'clock. They never thought that we would continue this debate past 6 o'clock, and every speaker speaking after 6 o'clock was unprepared, was irrelevant, and waffled, just to mark time. They never anticipated that we would amend their own motion, and they never anticipated that we will go past 6 p.m. Right? So that is all losses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is not very often that when a member speaks on one side, that he tells somebody who spoke before him on the same side.
Honorable AG, Honorable Member for Naparima. Not tolerated no more for the afternoon. Okay, members? The decorum must be maintained. Proceed, St. Joseph.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was saying it is not often, and it ought not to happen, where a member from one side, in speaking, takes to task a member of the same side. But when the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, spoke ad nauseum about Gregory Posad Bissessar, I had a little problem with it. And I want to advise the member of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, who is my colleague who sits next to me, that any talk on Gregory Posad Bissessar should be aborted. And it should be aborted before it reaches full term. That kind of talk should be aborted before it comes to life.
I stand on 48.6, please.
Which member?
What happened to Ekunilini?
Members, member for Rupert West, you'll probably need to clarify a little
He is
bit.
imputing improper motive here. 48.6. 48.6.
Members, continue. Overruled.
Cesar is not a member of this House.
Of course not.
All I said was any talk about Gregory Bissessar should be aborted and should be aborted.
48.4, please. I'm disgusted.
What? Disgusted about what? Never said that. Said the discussions of the abortion.
She just aborted her.
Members, overruled. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't know what is the problem with members across there. They will not let me finish my sentence for the third time. For the third time, if I could be allowed to finish my sentence. Gregory Bissessar is not a member of this House, and I was telling the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, who is my colleague, that I think he should not have brought any talk about Gregory Bissessar in this chamber, and I'm asking him to abort any kind of talk about Gregory Bissessar. And it should be aborted before the talk reaches full term. That's all I'm saying. Why is that so offensive? Abort means to stop.
In the name of God.
Okay, the talk should stop. Thank you. So we move on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You insinuating something I don't know about. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Mayaro was asking for a list of accomplishments of this administration. Let us start. 1, good governance, no corruption on this side. Not a single minister, no matter how they try, could finger any minister in any act of corruption. 2, we paid $5 billion in back pay gifted to us. 3, we avoided the IMF. And the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister should be roundly congratulated for avoiding the IMF. 4, we returned Trinidad and Tobago to a leadership position in CARICOM. A leadership position. And CSME is back on track. 5, we have kept public servants on the payroll. Not one public servant has been laid off. Look at Barbados, 3,005 in a much smaller service. And I'm coming to that, we have refinanced all the short-term loans gifted to us by them. The Attorney General, and let me come to the Attorney General now, should be congratulated if there is one piece of legislation that we are being recognized for around the world as one of the most progressive pieces of legislation. is the Child Marriage Act. That child marriage bill, and the UNC did not support it. That is an accomplishment. For decades, people have been asking to stop child marriage. We made an unpopular but right decision on Petrotrin. We appointed for the first time a commissioner of police in years. 2 administrations couldn't do it. A PNM administration and a UNC administration could not do it. We appointed a commissioner of police. Mr. Deputy Speaker, another accomplishment, Mayaro. We returned Caribbean Airlines to profitability after you bankrupted it. You inherited Caribbean Airlines with $1 billion in cash, and you blew it all on the ATRs. You blew it all on the ATRs. And this new board, just like the Arthur Lockjack board, is doing a fantastic job in weaning Caribbean Airlines off the taxpayers' back. That is what we did. And finally, not finally, second to last, the country finally got the truth about the proclamation of Clause 34. Because the AG was able to show it was not Herbert Volney. He took the fall for it. You all threw him under the bus. But the Attorney General brought the cabinet minute to demonstrate it was the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar and her cabinet that took the decision to proclaim Section 34. And the biggest accomplishment, finally, the biggest accomplishment, Mayaro, of this government is keeping the UNC out of government. And we will do so again in 2020. That is the biggest accomplishment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to turn now squarely and congratulate the Prime Minister again. That 2-part series spoke to the man in the street about his circumstance, what led you to our decisions, and where we are going. In response, the Honorable Member for Siparia said that the hospitals, Couva, Point Fortin, and Arima were financed out of NGC.
And they bill all.
Right? Were financed and they bill all out of NGC. They take cash money from NGC and bill hospitals.
Oh, yeah. Like 12 billion.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, you talk about, was it anybody Calypso?
Can't say that.
We can't say it.
Lio the lion.
Lio the lion, or whatever it is. Show the tailor where the man passed by the corner, he gonna make a suit. Yeah. You're here on truth? That is on truth. You're here on truth? The member for Siparia said that she built 3 hospitals with cash money, with NGC money. What comedy? What comedy? What? It reminds me of a joke I heard. I can't remember where I heard it. You all can remind me where I heard this joke. Somebody say in the madhouse that they ask a mad person, what is 3 and 3? And they say blue. I don't know where I hear it. I don't know where I hear it. It's some crazy person say it. And then they ask what is 3 and 3, and they say square. It's only a mad person could say that. It's not a joke. This is serious. This is serious. Because the member for Siparia said, and I quote, "We are experiencing flatlining growth." What is flatlining growth? 3 and 3 is really blue. And 3 and 3 is really square. Because flat line means a flat line, and growth means that. What is flatlining growth, member for Siparia? 3 and 3 is really blue, you know. Right? Who wrote that for her? I don't know. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me tell you, I have that. Let me tell you about how health was used in this country for political purposes and as a testing ground for Cambridge Analytica.
Member, 1 second. Member, 1 second. Just now, it was Naparima, the AG. Now it's Naparima and the Leader of the House. Please. If you all want to have a discussion, again, you all can exit the chamber because I'm hearing you all. St. Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Sunday Express, 8th January 20th, Sunday, 20th January 2019, and I want to congratulate the Express. It was the only newspaper that has the fortitude to print this. TNT data held Brexit and US election. Before Joint Select Committee chaired by my colleague, the member for Laventille West, Dr. Charles Creel, I hope I pronounced his name right, gave chapter and verse about Cambridge Analytica. But what caught my eye is this: using health data for political campaign, and I quote, "In looking at the conduct of people involved in data harvesting, Creel noted, for example, people could claim to be collecting medical data on everybody in the country. I want people to reflect in the run-up to the 2015 elections, people will go to a pharmacy and volunteer their personal data, name, address, phone number, for legitimate reasons as far as they are concerned, because they're getting CDAP. I don't ascribe any ulterior motives to the company that was hired to do this. They may have thought that they were doing something perfectly legal, perfectly ethical. But where did the data end up? The user of the data, the owner of the data, who ultimately was either NIPDEC or the Ministry of Health at that time, claimed to be collecting medical data on everybody in the country, but once gathered was used in a political campaign. You remember, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the run-up to the 2015 general election, people will go to a pharmacy, give their personal data, your name.
Deputy Speaker, 48.1, the relevance of the Member of Parliament about this whole issue.
Sure.
Overruled.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am responding to the claims next door that we use money for naked politicking at taxpayers' expense. And what happened? Within days, you got an automated call from the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Vote for me! All you remember them days? All you remember them days? Cambridge Analytica. And we have heard testimony of things like this happening in a couple of countries. Trinidad and Tobago. He also referred to the use of automated calls of telephones to solicit votes, saying the potentially illegality here was where data was gathered at the ISP, Internet Service Provider level, and the issue of whether they were recording people's home phone calls. Total invasion of, that is the UNC. Right? That is how you all use people's personal data. And do you know people are getting calls again now? From the UNC, using the same data.
I would like to draw to 55(1)B. The naked politics issue has been discussed. 55(1)B.
No, not this. Not well. See, when you never went to school, you have a problem. When you never do finance, I have a master's degree in that, but you have distance. Just like you see Singapore finance, I have a master's degree in finance.
Remember, two other members identified that topic that you're on, so I'd like you to tie it in quickly and move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy
Tie it in very
Speaker.
quickly and move on.
So let us go specifically now to debunk the theory that Siparia spent NGC money to build 3 hospitals. Let's go to that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I refer to an article, Chinese to build 150 million children's hospital in Kufa. The first untruth we were told about that hospital was one, it was a gift from the Chinese. You remember that? It was a gift from the Chinese. That was Lionel, the liar, or Leo, the whatever, whopper #1. It was a gift from the Chinese. It was no gift from the Chinese. The lender for that hospital, it was a loan. You know what a loan is? When you borrow money and you have to pay back the principal and interest. It was a loan, and the lender was the Exim Export-Import Bank of China in the value of renminbi, I could never pronounce that name right, 990,000 or US 146 million. It was a concessional loan facility executed on March 15, 2013. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have in my possession here, and I'm not displaying, the interest instrument repayment profile. If it was built cash from NGC, why do we have an instrument repayment profile with 42 payments totaling $231,413, $382.62 in interest alone?
US.
In interest alone, yes.
US.
That is Kuva Hospital. But we built it cash.
US.
Yeah. But it was a gift. It was a gift. So that is untruth #1. So NGC paid for that. So untruth #1 is a gift. #2, it was built from cash with NGC. But the biggest untruth of all, and up to date, whenever the media asks me about opening Kuva, I always say, why don't you ask Siparia why she opened it and closed it on August 14, 2015? The UNC opened the hospital and closed it on the same day. Why, in God's sake, did you all do that? I could never get an answer from anyone. Big placard, big concrete thing in front. This hospital was commissioned by the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, on August 14, 2015. You hear untruth? That is untruth. So that is the Kuva Hospital. But the hurtful thing about Kuva is this, and I quote from the same article, where the member for Faizabad, who was the chairman of Southwest, said, he said the new hospital will be able to serve approximately 300,000 citizens. And I asked, what about the 300,000 citizens and the staff and the patients at Port of Spain General Hospital who needed a new central block? Where were your priorities? The member for Oropouche East spoke about Kuva Hospital and earthquake. He called a big meet from 9 to 3 to discuss whether Kuva Hospital could survive an earthquake. Why didn't they convene a meeting to talk about central block where you had evidence, written evidence by PAHO, by Aaron Bush, by a set of people that Central Block needed to be rebuilt. And you ignored it and you put people's lives at risk. But that's Port of Spain. That's the East-West corridor. Them lives expendable. We don't care about Orly and Port of Spain. Let Central Block fall down. This government says no. And we have started work already. But you know what had to happen now? Post the earthquake, Cabinet has now approved, yesterday, $56.4 million, which we should not have spent if you had fixed Central Block, to do retrofitting works at Port of Spain and St. James to accommodate the patients we had to decant. That is money, that is $56.4 million that this country should not have had to spend. But we were faced with a crisis and we had to act. So that is that. Let us now go, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to Arima Hospital. When we came into office, imagine as a brand new Minister of Health, within 2 weeks of coming into office, I get a visit, a knock on my office door from China Railway. And I don't think the Minister of Finance knows this, but I think he ought to. You're a new Minister of Health, brand new Minister of Health. Knock, knock, China Railway here. Yes, China Railway, what can I do for you? You owe me $72 million. I said, for what?
TT or US? Just so?
TT. I say, what? I said, me owe you $72 million? He said, yes. I said, what for? He said, well, the loan, the agreement we had, the government's supposed to pay 15%. I think that's a normal thing. You all paid 10%, and you were supposed to pay the other 5%, which is the $72 million in April of 2015. April of 2015, May, June, July, August, September. You had 6 months to pay China Railway the other 5%. You did not do it. We had to do it. And that is when Jawala Rambaran went to the Minister of Finance. Keek. All you only have, what? Money to run the country for what? Three days? 3 hours? Yeah. That is Jawala. He gone by the Minister of Finance, laughing, smiling.
I stand on standing order 8-1. Standing order 8-1.
I love you.
Was that fast?
One member. Member, watch.
Yeah, thank you.
Say something else, please. Use it.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's good for you. All you want to win government, it's good for you. You only have cash to run the country for 3 days. Is that better? Ha ha ha. It's good for you. And in that, we had to find $72 million because they neglected to pay China Railway the other 5% of the 15% loan. But Siparia billed cash. Siparia billed cash from NGC. Hold on. Arima Hospital instrument repayment profile for foreign financing. Interest costs in TT dollars, $69,542,149.13. If you bill it cash from NGC, why are we paying interest? Did you bill it cash from NGC or did you borrow money? But the member for Oropouche East spoke about how we cut you the cut fees, and it wasn't due to corruption, it was due to this and that and the other. I made a statement in the public domain, and the member for Barataria Salma should smile now, where I said, in the Arima Hospital, we saved $250 million on corruption, waste, and mismanagement. And the member for Barataria Sawa filed a question. I have the answer, which I put on the Hansard then, and I'm going to put it again now, to show how we saved this country $250 million by cutting out waste, corruption, and mismanagement. Under waste, the cabinet approved a budget for healthcare consultant of $25,340,256.72. Could you imagine that? You know what we cut that down to? $12,670,128.36. Savings identified, $112,670,128.36. Because what would we do? We sourced an in-house consultant through UNDP. That is what we did. That is how we save money by cutting out waste.
100 million.
But look at the corruption part. This will blow your mind.
Corruption, yes.
Under miscellaneous expenses, UDCOT, under the control of Oropouche East, when this contract was signed, UDCOT, under the control of Oropouche East, had a cabinet-approved budget in 2012 for miscellaneous expenses. Listen to this. Listen to this. $63,346,696.33. Miscellaneous expenses. God alone knows what that means. Maybe it's to buy a mall in Holland, I know. Overinflated figure for miscellaneous. We cut that down. So I've covered waste, I have covered corruption, and I have covered mismanagement. That is how we saved this country $250 million in Arima. And we ain't changed the scope, because last week, member for Oropouche said we just go in a flashlight in all ministries, and with the hospital, we changed the scope, we build less beds, and we call out savings. We did not change a bed. It's a 150-bed hospital, but we saved the taxpayer $250 million. But here the interest profile now for Arima for construction and equipment. Now imagine, Siparia say we build this cash with NGC money. If we build it cash with NGC money...
Your initial 30 minutes has expired. Ready? You have an additional 15. Care to avail yourself?
Yes, thank you.
Kindly proceed.
So let me speed up. Interest repayment profile. Total interest in TT dollars, 278 million. I put the comma in the wrong place. 278,290,692.62 in interest.
You was paying that to NGC?
If only build it cash.
From NGC?
From NGC. Where is interest going?
It must be from the foreign reserve.
Where? Is it from the famous foreign reserves? That in cash?
That you could just do so and take it.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am demonstrating a pattern of the last government in corruption, waste, and mismanagement, and they think they could fool all the people all the time. They can't. They can't. They can't. All these hospitals were funded via the IDF and debt financing, all three. All three. They were never funded from NGC.
Not a cent.
Not a single cent, yellow, black, or red. It was going, $250 million was going to go to UDCOT for Arima, and another $200 million was going to go to UDCOT for Point Fortin, because they're coming to Point Fortin now. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the start of construction of the Point Fortin Hospital is the biggest breach of possibly international, I won't say law, but how you deal with your foreign partners. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has an MOU with the government of Austria to do work in the health sector. In that MOU, there's an annex. In that annex, you are supposed to list every single project that you want to do. It has to be signed off by both Austria and Trinidad and Tobago via something called a working group. The two parties set up a working group, and you agree on a project, like how we are doing now for the Sangre Grande Hospital. It's in the framework agreement. Do you know our friends next door broke ground, dug a hole, started the project without having the Point Fortin Hospital listed as a project with that MOU? Jeopardized our relationships with the Austrians, and just because you have an election to fight and with no financing in place. Because if that project is not listed on the MOU, you cannot have financing. It took the Minister of Health, the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Attorney General, and the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs working overnight, day and night, and the MP for the area, with missives going back and forth between Trinidad and the Austrian embassy in Caracas to fix that. And then you put financing in place. So that project for Point Fortin, again, was started with no financing.
I signed the loan agreement.
And this Minister of Finance signed the loan agreement. And this AG perfected it.
But they built it with NGC.
But all they built it with NGC money. Imagine that. So that project was born in sin and mismanagement.
Sin.
We on this side, we sanitize it, we legalize it, and what will be done on earth will be done. That is what we did. So we had to set up the loan instrument. Instrument repayment profile for Point Fortin Hospital. Interest, eh? Interest. Because the member for Siparia, to whom all these untruths, they are now bolted to her persona, both figuratively and literally, for misleading the country on how these three hospitals were financed. The member for Siparia cannot get away in any form or fashion from the untruths that she told this country about the financing of CUVA through the Export-Import Bank of China, ARIMA, and let me correct something. The ARIMA hospital is being financed locally, eh?
Exactly.
Locally. Not as Oropuch East said today, through the Chinese. It is not. Just not true. And why do you all just make up things and just spew these untruths, and it just rolls off your tongue as natural? I just don't understand it. Right? Yeah. So let me finish with Point Fortin. You have 51 payments of interest coming up to $9,639,858.12. Again, I asked the member for Siparia, and Barataria Sawa, I exonerate you from all of this, because you were kept in the dark about all of this. You did not know. You did not know. He did not know. No, he didn't know. He honestly did not know. All this was done under the National Health Commission chaired by Vasan Barath, which included Chaguanas East, the Honorable Fazal Karim. But weren't you part of the National Health Commission?
Please address the chair. Member for St. Joseph, address the chair. Address the chair.
It also included the member for Caroni Central, the Honorable Boindranath Tiwari, and it also included the member of Oropuch East, the Honorable Rudal Mulilal. All All that National Health Committee was interested in was giving out contracts. And all they were interested in was not only these hospitals, but they also used the health sector as a feed-in trough to give out contracts to CPEP contractors to repair health centers at inflated costs and without the requisite paperwork. And then you want to ask this government to pay those bills. That is what that National Health Committee or whatever. And you know who was not on that committee? Do you know who was not on that committee? Barataria Sawa. No, I have the newspaper article where they interviewed you, and in a fit of pique.
Vasant Bharat was the chairman of the committee. I was part of the committee.
And I was not a part
remember,
of that.
listen, Caroni Central, please. Please. St. Joseph,
you know, it's amazing how they flee in the single ship now. I'm not on the committee. I think you should be proud to be on a subcommittee. But there is a newspaper article where they interviewed the member for Barataria Sawa and say, why are you not part of this committee? And he in a fit of whatever, say, don't ask me, ask Vasant. You remember that? No, you were not a member of the committee. But we move on. That is what that was set up to do. And that is the committee that awarded the contract that collected health data that I referred to in this article for Cambridge Analytica. Yes. That is the committee. That is the committee that dreamt up the National Health Card. That you go to a pharmacy, give your name, your address, your phone number, your age, your gender, everything. Personal information. And then 2 days later, according to Dr. Kriel, you get a phone call from the honorable member for Siparia. Vote for me. I will set you free. That is how that national... Yeah, and here, Haparima, so, do you understand the illegality of that? Do you understand that? This is your cell phone number, Naparima. Telephone directory don't have your cell phone number.
Members.
Oh my gosh. The absolute, you know, that's when you spin the wheel and fortunes come up with bankrupt. That is bankruptcy. And then you spin the wheel again, you come up, lose a turn, you lose a turn in 2015. And you will spin the wheel again, you will lose a turn in 2020.
Member for Naparima. Member for Naparima. St. Joseph.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You see, the calypso is true. You're here on truth, that is untruth. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, all the untruth, let me close by saying this.
It's called King Liar.
Yeah, the calypso is called King Liar. That's right. Who sang it again?
Lord Nelson.
Lord Nelson. King Liar by Lord Nelson. Every untruth told about the Couva Hospital, the Point Fortin Hospital, the Arima Hospital is bolted firmly to the chest of the member of Parliament for Siparia. Bolted firmly from now until eternity. And we must remember, again, the naked politicking with taxpayers' money as to how your personal data was used by Cambridge Analytica. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I warned this country about the UNC, and I thank you very much.
Very kindly, Mr.
Hello,
Deputy.
Minister of Finance, take that back, please. Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the first day of February 2019 at 1:30 p.m., at which time we will do Bill number 1, an act to repeal and replace the Statistics Act, Chapter 1902.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. In accordance with Standing Orders 11 and 12.1, this House now stands adjourned to Friday, the 1st of February, 2019 at 1:30 p.m.